Hey everybody, how is it going? Should be live. Hope everyone is enjoying their mornings, afternoons, depending on where you're logging in from. We are going to be continuing down the path of the INDX Founders Edition specifically. So we got to get this thing rolling here. For those that are new, oh god, I need to mute myself so I stop hearing myself talk, which is always weird. Nomad's Galaxy says he needs more caffeine to deal with me. That sounds like a you problem, homie. I am non-caffeinated. I don't know if that's something like that people know about me. But if you are just tuning in and you don't know what's going on, we are taking a brand new Core 1 Plus. We are turning it into an INDX. This is specifically the INDX Founders Edition. We do not have a serial number because magic, and this is going to be an 8-tool variant. So if you are into this kind of thing, you want to see what it's like, follow along, subscribe, like, all those things. Yeah. Anyways, I guess I should probably post on social media that I'm live. That would be the smart, that's the smart thing I should do, but I forget to do these things because clearly I'm a professional. We all know that I'm a professional. But how's everyone doing today? How's everyone's day going? Are you excited to get this thing running? Because quite frankly, it's gonna run today. Come hell or high water, this thing is running today. So we're just going to send it because I think that's the right way to do it. Let's see what's going on. Oh, yep. There's Nomad saying he's ordering Wawa with a monster and a hoagie as long as it's delivered by goth girls, homie. Look, I brought out one of my, if you do any amount of photography stuff, getting one of these, this one is specifically the Mosenvka. My buddy Carl showed this to me, and when it folds up, it's an Arca Swiss plate for you photographers and videographers and stuff out there. Dude, 10 out of 10. I've used it so many times. It's so good. Winslow Joy at the $10 for the ad-free streaming. Thank you very much. Although I guess I kind of did just do an ad, but they're not, like, I bought that product. It was $30. It was well worth it for the work that we do. The phone will sit over there. Someone is already calling me. We're not answering that today. But all right, let's dive into this thing. One thing to note is manual G-code for pressure advance in the filament settings. Okay, I mean, I can do that. That wasn't necessarily something that I was planning on, but that's okay. We can certainly do that. There's only 41 people here today. I see, unless that number's not refreshing on my phone properly, I see a lot of people were probably hoping for some drama yesterday. Oh no, yeah, we're at 83. Okay. My phone's just not updating properly. That's all right. There it is. Now it's updating properly. Well, I hope you guys enjoy. Let's just dig right into this thing. Let's see where we left off. I did not touch it after the Haribos yesterday. To be clear, that's exactly where we stopped yesterday. So now we are going to be looking for the right parts once again. So we're looking for the INDX PTFE holders, marked L, found in the filament holder bag. Okay, so, yep, we have one in the left bag, one in the right bag. Yeah, they look kind of like these, whatever I'm going to call it, parts we're going to say here. It's a technical term, okay? It's a technical term. I've had multiple people reach out about the stream warning me about today. because apparently today is when things get difficult. And I think I've well proven it to you guys at this point. I'm not backing down. So we're just going to make it happen. We've got 2 different parts here. Let's take a look on the overhead cam. We got 2 different parts here. One is labeled R, one is labeled L. Really thick layers on these, thicker than I'm used to from the Prusa farm. So probably more for structural, I hope, but we'll find out. We're just going to keep moving here on these parts. Get you to the next step here. We're also going to need 2 M3x10 screws. Says that we removed earlier, but I already have my bag of screws, so we're good there. Wunderbar. Now we need to release and remove these 2. Oh, okay. Yeah, so we're removing these 2 screws, we're replacing them with the filament holders, and then with the longer screws. Okay, no big deal. How's the project without a helper cat helping? I mean, she is helping, she's just not in this room right now. Prusa Farm or Bondtech Farm? Prusa Farm. Prusa Farm. I missed yesterday's stream because my Voron Trident decided it did not want to connect to the internet. So I spent 3 hours for fixing that. I mean, this would have been a great thing to have on in the background. You know, hey, put this on in the background. You know, 1% volume while you're hanging out at work and listen for my cries for help. Again, I would say if you are going to build one of these yourself, please get an electric screwdriver. It will save your bacon. Amber's here. Hello, Amber. We got, what is that? Random Joe Gamer saying good luck today. Heck yeah, Random Joe Gamer. Now it says align the holder left with the hole on the top rear profile. Okay, sure. I'm assuming they're only going to fit one way, right? Right? Hold on. I need pictures. We went over this yesterday. That Florida man needs pictures, okay? He's not very good at reading, so he just needs pictures. And I would agree. Florida man could use some photos. All right, so we need to drop... Ooh, that's going to be a fun one. Yeah, this is going to be a manual... You didn't see that. I have more M3x10s. Oh man, we're less than 10 minutes in and I've already dropped a part. Hey, you know what? You know what? We're on schedule, okay? We're less than 10 minutes in. I've already dropped a part. We're on schedule. It's apparent. You're just gonna call me Linus today. It's Linus Drop Tips over here. Winslow Choice is a habit on at work, but I also work from home. Yeah, see, better screw than the whole printer. See, I'm glad somebody else understands this. Come on, get in your hole. There it is. Yes, you can go ahead and clip that audio, put it in the Discord. Am I going to be able to get that? I want to make sure I can get that screw, because I feel like I might need... Part of me says I should grab it, then the other part of me says literally right behind me. And I'm actually proud of this, okay? It is my fully organized set of metric hardware. So if I need more, I'll just grab that. It's fine. Okay. All right, I'm assuming it's just left and right doing the same thing. Look at that. All right, cool beans. This is one of those where I cannot use my electric screwdriver. Olaf says, fairly certain I've gotten new gray hair since you started this build. Me too, homie. It's called being old. Welcome to the Unk life, I think is what the kids are calling it. But see, really the issue that we have here is that I don't have a Volvo 240. Oh my God, that would have been so much fun if I built this in the back of a 80s or 90s Volvo 240 diesel, and like that was just what we used. It would probably cost me less money in air conditioning too. Love those old Volvos. Olaf, aren't you on like vacation still or something? Aren't you like supposed to be off grid? I don't know. I love that you're here though, buddy. I miss you guys. Looking forward to seeing you at some point in the near future. All right. So the big thing here is you need to make sure that they are aligned properly with the photo. I'm not certain that you can functionally get it wrong, but if you can, I'll be the one to do it. And eating Surströmming inside of the Volvo. Sir, that's a war crime. And look, I'm not here to get the Canadians involved in all of this, but I'm fairly certain it's a war crime. I have not been able to find Surströmming. Maybe we found it in one place. I don't remember. But I will do one of the test prints, but my first actual index print, I think you know exactly what I'm going to be doing for my first official index print. Oh man, he's at an Airbnb in the middle of the forest? Bro, if you want to share some photos with the group, send me some photos. If not, just still send me some photos, and the first message should tell me not to share them with the group. I will say Sweden has some of the most beautiful countryside, and they have a right to like camp. If it's, you can just walk. It's no big deal, right? You can literally just walk around, and no one's gonna like come out and threaten you. Everyone there is just unreasonably nice. It's so cool. Amber said, "I'm jealous. That sounds so whimsical." Well, I mean, I'm imagining Olaf with his big, beautiful beard just frolicking through the fields, very much like The Sound of Music, but the sound of Olaf. I don't have a man crush, you do. It's like that in most of Europe. Yeah. The mountain cab. Wait, who's that? Varangian Biker said, "I'm at our mountain cabin in northern Sweden." Why are all the Swedes here? Look, I'm here for it. I'm not complaining, to be clear, but I didn't expect all the Swedes to be here. All right, we need to get the filament holders. Oh. All right, Prusa. Come on now. You UV printed these. You UV printed these. These are for INDX. Come on. Come on. You didn't have to UV print these. You could have done this on the printer. You even did it like this. You could do this on the XL. Come on. Come on. Wearing nothing but his majestic beard. You said that. I didn't say that. I didn't say that. Yeah. It's faster with UV, but if we did things because they were faster, we wouldn't be doing... Okay, if Prusa did things because they were faster, they wouldn't be 3D printing their parts. So I understand that you're saying it's faster, but yeah. All right, so we need to get the Bowden couplers, it looks like. Sleeve. Okay, that's what we're calling them. All right, it's found in the Fastener Tools Index bag. So we got to find the Fastener Tools Index bag. Aha! Fastener Tools Index. We need both the sleeves and the collets. All right, so we're just going to get the black parts out of here. Okay, the sleeves and collets are in the same bag. Wait. Well, unless there's two of these, we have ran into our first problem. Let's see if I can find another one. Okay. Unless there's two of these bags, we have ran into our first issue. I don't think we have... So the collets and sleeves, here we'll do that. The collets and sleeves are all in one bag. I gotta see if there is another bag. Do you want to wait for parts longer and the files to be available so you can do it on... Yeah, I'm well aware the argument is not in my favor. It's not going to stop me from trying to make it. All right. Oh, wait, we have fasteners 2 of 2 index. So I'm not certain I actually have the right stuff. I think I have... Well, no, I don't have a hardware kit for a single index. So why am... You have 2. Check the floor and... I didn't touch the set after yesterday, so in theory, nothing moved. Those are nylon rivets. This is an empty bag. Filament sensors. All right, let me at least put this up here. I'll keep looking. If we're missing a bag, we're missing a bag. This is likely not game breaking. It's just going to make things a little loose. Yeah, there's only one bag in here. I will check to see if maybe it fell out during the shift of parts. This is probably why Prusa says you need a huge work surface, but your boy doesn't have a huge work surface. We kind of just, you know, work with what we got here. Or this is... Yeah, there's only one in here. So if we look at this bag, it shows that there's only one. So unless there is a second hardware bag, I think we are actively missing. There are no ads on this stream, so if you're getting ads, there's nothing I can do for it. That is a YouTube thing. I have turned them off for this stream. That is why we ask every now and then for a couple of bucks for some donations so that you guys hopefully get as uninterrupted experience as possible. You should have a second hardware bag. All right, if I have a second hardware bag, that could change things. So I've got my 2 bags for the fasteners. That is my Fastener Tools Index bag, which is where I pulled the first ones out of. I'm also only... Oh, you know, this would make sense. Okay, this actually makes sense. Each of these is for a set of 4. So in theory, you might have 2 of these bags. At least in my head. Yeah, okay, you do. You absolutely do. So that would be something to add to the notes. A good note for this will be if you have an 8 tool, you have 2 bags that are labeled the exact same thing, and you are in fact not blind or drunk, unless those are true, and then, I don't know, best of luck, especially if you're drunk. All right. Olaf is 12:19 p.m. It's lunchtime. We're going off the Hobbit meal plan, first or second breakfast. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. All right, we got him. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Oh, I need the magnets. How do they work? So the other option for this would be for things like the oh no, the magnets are in the tube. I don't know what advice I want to give here, because it's like not technically the way that I want, but at the same time, it's acceptable. Like, I understand why they did it. Because, again, it's the same thing, just twice, so it makes it really, really easy from a manufacturing standpoint. I wonder if there's, like, a way to add a 1 or a 2 or a little extra sticker that says 1 or 2 that gets placed on the bags so that you know. But I feel like you could always have them be labeled 1 and 2, because the 4 toolkit would just get bag 1. The 8 toolkit gets bag 1 and 2. I don't know. Maybe I'm just dumb. I know, crazy, but I could just be dumb. I've never claimed to be the smartest man out here. All right, so we need to find the M312CT. Those are your countersunks. Oh, we get a lot of those coming up. All right. 1 of 2 or 2 of 2. No, that doesn't work, because if you only have a single tool, that's not going to work. So, similarly, on this tray, we do not have, right? Oh, no, we do. We have an M312 CT bin. You're not dumb, just special. Well, that's what people tell me. Oh, hey! Repcord's here. Hey, Pooch. Sup, homie? Just be careful with that tray. If one of the mods want to post that tray again, just so people can find it, it is the Prusa Core 1 Screw Organizer Rev A. So far, like, most of it's there, and I'm very happy to have it, and I think if you are going down this path, you should have it as well. We got 27 Swedish krona, which lets me... Well, my wallet's not on me. Damn it, I thought I was going to do something really cool. I have some Swedish bills, and it's something that I really enjoyed about Sweden. They put powerful women on their money, and that's just cool, and I love that. Thank you for the donation. Varagian Biker, I think. Probably going to say it wrong. Plastic lovers in the house. That's right. That's right. Got the magnets. How do they work? All right. First step here, we need to switch you guys over. We'll do that one. We'll do that one. Give you a little bit, little face-to-face work too, but we need to get the sleeves into the part. I'm going to raise this ever so slightly because my back still hurts we're going to get out just the sleeves. The Steve sleeves, if you will. I would be very careful on stuff like this. I would hope that if they're not already out there, that the print files for things like this could be available. I don't know if that's an acceptable thing to print. I do see that it does include an extra sleeve, which is nice. I'm assuming the sleeves are like hyper specific. That's why they're not printed. They do appear to be of a Delrin nature. They have that kind of slippery texture of Delrin, or it could just be that, you know, when I'm live doing something like this, I'm just constantly having an internal panic attack. Shad says, at 3D Musketeers, a friend has a Prusa Edition kit on order, as well as a Core 1 kit. Do you know if Prusa has / will have instruction manuals for assembling the printer along with INDX? So we spoke about this yesterday when Tommy was on, and that's something that I think is a reasonable request, especially when you get more people doing just that, where people have been waiting to get INDX, and they've been waiting to get the Core 1 for it. Now, me personally, I want INDX on Core 1L. That's very much like a thing that I'm looking for. Here, we'll get you guys just a little bit closer here. I do hope that they do that, but at the same time, if they decide to, you know, not have it, Tommy was saying that in theory, you just replace the extruder, like the extruder instructions, and kind of like from the extruder instructions, you just build INDX. But I don't know, man. I haven't done it yet myself, so I couldn't tell you. Here, I don't know if we're at. Oh, okay, we are. We are at the main overhead. I am going to do my best to get all of these set in there for you. Oh, look, someone's saying the print quality is bad. It's a Prusa farm part, guys. Like, who cares? Who cares the way these look as long as our printers actually print well and the parts come out looking good? Like, who cares if the parts that your machine is made out of are a little bit ugly? Most of us are a little bit ugly. Oh, Grant, you did that totally the wrong way. Oh, you absolute buffoon. Okay, so I found something that could be a problem. So, if you're working on this, don't put one in sideways. You can see that one sideways. I didn't push it all the way down yet, but it can go down. It might be a place for maybe a file modification. We just call it the Florida Man edition. It's just an edition of the file that keeps you from being able to do exactly what I just did, which is put it in literally the wrong way. I would recommend to you, literally, it's what they show in the instructions. They literally show you to use this exact tool that I'm using in the instructions, and I was about to give you a tip that I figured out myself. Yeah, Repcord said, having built a bajillion Prusa things now, I'm convinced there's no perfect way to bag everything. I keep saying I would do it. I would do this way or that way, and it always seems to change. Yeah, I've built, I've built quite a few Prusa kits. All right, so those are, aha! If you don't push it in, it pops right out. Beauty. All right. I've built quite a few. I mean, we built at least a dozen Prusa kits at this point. So then you use the tool to just kind of, oh my God, that is that supposed to have a snap lock to it? Let's see. Number 2. Okay, yes, there's supposed to be a snap lock. Wow. Okay. It is supposed to be a snap lock, I assume. It sounds like it's supposed to be. But, yeah. It kind of freaks you. I'm like, oh, did I just break one? I thought I broke one. Not gonna lie, thought I just broke one there live on camera with the rest of you. Let's see. Shane said, must not comment. You can use F in an acronym, Shane, RTFM, because everybody was saying that to me yesterday. So you know what? For all you guys that are saying RTFM, you do it live. Right, I'm doing this wrong again. Right? No, that's correct. All right. One more time. Here, bring you back out a bit. I thought I was going to be giving you guys some like cool tip and trick on how to do it. No. And again, I guess I should mention that as of current, this kit is provided by Prusa. That is, of course, subject to change. I have not yet received an invoice in my inbox. And if you're wondering why I'm saying that, you should check the link in the description. I'm being nice and trying to keep my comments family friendly. Ha! You should have seen yesterday. All right, so this kind of makes sense now that we have all of our sleeves in. We're now going to flip it over to the back side. You're going to put your thing down, flip it, and reverse it, I think is what I'm supposed to say. So once your thing is down, you have flipped it and you've reversed it, you now need to do the thing that no one actually knows how to pronounce unless you're Missy Elliott, and you're just going to, you know, put the collets into the openings. How many times can I make Shane groan during the during the live stream because I'm making bad jokes? I hope we have this at least in the double digits. My goal in life is to make my friends uncomfortable. At 3D Musketeers, you forgot to post the Bondtech. Well, I never posted the Bondtech Discord server, but Spice King, you can post the Bondtech Discord server, because then, see, if somebody else does it, it's not self-promotion now, is it? That means you can put it anywhere and you don't get in trouble. If I put it places, now I'm the weird shill. So, yeah, thanks. But yeah, I recognize your name from the Discord. Yeah, if people want to go post it in like the Bondtech Discord, in the Prusa Discord, that'd be awesome. Maybe the guy who was being a jerk will show up. He kind of apologized. I don't know. I think the best course of action for things like that in life is just to let it go, right? Just pretend you're a snowman who's voiced by Eddie Murphy, I think. Making Shane uncomfortable? I would never. I love it. It's great. Shane has a full collection of voodoo dolls, but does Shane have a collection of himself in Ultem? Because I do. I do. Oh! These holes are for magnets. How do they work? I will continue to make that joke. I understand that it's well beyond my time, but I will continue to make that joke. I'm also noticing that, like, I'm blocking off part of the shot, so I'll just zoom back out for you guys so that I don't block the shot with the instructions. That's like the hardest thing about doing this kind of stuff live. Oh, I'm looking for the magnets. They're literally attached to the machine. RTFM count 2. You're doing a great job of letting it go. Oh, he is here! Hi, Vertigo! He did it properly yesterday in live, but you couldn't read it. That's fair. That's fair. Hey, you know what? Look, I think he's valid in being frustrated. It's why, as a creator, I didn't ask to have one of these early. Like, you know, oh, these just literally slide in. Oh, and then you screw them in. Okay, that makes sense. Yep, the magnet may stick to the T10 during tightening. Hold it in place by hand. Yeah. Okay. That's going to be interesting. Have a feeling it is going to stick directly to the T10, but that's all right. 3DP Iceland is here hanging out. We did literally have a chat in the Discord later. Look, man, all right? I don't remember anything. Okay, yesterday is nothing but a dream. Maybe it's because Wexter was here and Wexter's here again that everything's just a dream because he's just a dreamy boy. I mean, Olaf is also a dreamy boy. Uh-oh. Parts falling. Damn it! It hit the floor! No! No! It hit the floor! That's gonna take a little bit to figure out. There it goes. There it goes. Oh, no! Take a shot if it hits the floor. I didn't do that bad on dropping things yesterday. I will ban all dreamy boys so I can be the only one. Wow, if that's not an American thing to do, I don't know what is. All right. Oh, it fell into the Magneto X, didn't it? Oh, yeah. Oh, no! It fell out of the front! Let's go! I definitely don't have my Magneto X on the floor still. Don't worry about it. It needs a lot of work. I got it. We're good. You know what? We're going to put that down there because I can. They could have added heated inserts. Yeah, I do think that there is some value in the heated inserts. With that being said, I understand that there are some challenges with heat sets, right, from a manufacturing standpoint. So I don't know how many of you have experience with manufacturing. So I'm going to say this, and if you know what I'm about to say, then ignore it. But manufacturing is all about touch points, right? The more time something has to be touched, the more expensive it has to be. Because a touch point, when a human has to physically do something, is expensive. Now, I could totally see this being something where you insert a square nut. I believe it was done this way because the screws themselves are stainless and non-ferrous. You know, but come on. Okay, it wasn't bottoming out. I was getting worried. But you want to minimize touch points in manufacturing, because if you don't minimize touch points in manufacturing, your costs balloon very, very quickly. And yes, at some point this could be something that gets automated, but as someone that's toured Prusa's facility more than once, I can tell you automation is not really something that they do. I think I've said it in videos before. And if I haven't, well, then this might be a first time for some of you. Prusa's biggest strength is also its biggest weakness. It's the people. There are so many people that work there. It allows them to rapidly iterate and do things, but at the same time, because of the people, everything that they do is expensive, right? If there was automation in process, even if they used an AFS in their print farm or multiple AFSs in the print farm, this would be something that might be doable. Now, we then look at the XL that had the mods to be the pick and place. Could be valuable to add that into the farm too. It all comes down to what makes sense from a manufacturing standpoint, what makes sense from a business standpoint, and those things don't always go along. I will say I would prefer a slightly more tapered hole. I think that's what she said. He said? I don't know. But I would prefer a slightly more tapered hole that would let the threads align up better properly. Are all the screws that I'm tapping going to be this Torx? Because if it is, I'm going to change out the bit in my electric screwdriver for a Torx bit. Nomad's got heated inserts are against the user repairability ethos. Not everyone has a soldering iron, and it's more dangerous than a square nut. I mean, fine. Fine. Here's an idea. Here's an idea. And again, I don't know how possible this is. I've kind of seen how it works. But potentially, hear me out. No, that doesn't work either. I was going to say like a drill guide. Because if you do parts like this, and you want to put a heated insert into it, you have to remount the hole. You have to drill it out. Then you can do the heated insert. And just like provide it as an option for people that have those tools that want to do it. I totally understand that it's against the user repairability ethos. And that's fair, right? But I also think those square nuts should be illegal because they're really hard to buy outside of Prusa research. If I had the energy, it could be fun to build a Voron with it. Yeah. Yeah. It's a different part design. Trust me, I designed Positron. That's exactly why I don't trust you. No, that's too mean. For those that don't know, Anthony, a.k.a. Nomad's Galaxy, happens to be a close personal friend. I would say he's almost like a brother to me, but I already have a twin, so I don't need another friend like that. But he is somebody who I've connected with over the years, and I think is just legitimately a really nice person. If you don't know him and you're going to Open Sauce, you'll have the opportunity to meet him, and I think you'll really, really like the guy. All right, so we need to get your balls. I picked them up from your mom's house. Don't know where I'm going with these terrible jokes. Here we are. If you expected a 100% family-friendly stream, you've clearly come to the wrong stream. But you would have known that from yesterday. We need this big son of a gun. Now we need to get these big parts. You know, I kind of wish these were still PCCF. I understand that that's like completely unnecessary PCCF, but it just looks better. It just looks better. There's that. Oh yeah, yeah. We're doing more. We're tapping. We're tapping so much. Oh hey, another good tip. Although I guess it's the exact same tip that we had from yesterday, or some notes. The bags, the anti-static bags, are not closed, and this was rattling around in the box. It's just a filament sensor. It's likely just Hall effect stuff. It's probably okay, but something to point out on the Prusa side of things, something that we can have in there so that we can, pull it out with AI later on. Okay, we need a bunch of those fasteners. Okay, great. That's fine, the steel balls. What I'm trying to figure out is where the screws need to go and if I need to change my my thing around, but we're fine. Oh well. Yes, official glitch lab. Round 2. Fight! Yes. Very much so. I do enjoy these kits, though. I would say so far the only thing that's, like, upset me, which, oh boy, we could have never guessed that Grant was going to have a hard time with belts. I had a hard time with the belts. But I do think that it is a good learning experience for others, and they can see that if they too get frustrated on it, that it's fine, because the obvious YouTube certified expert, you know, because I am a YouTube certified expert, obviously, had problems, so if you have them too, it's okay. All right, now there's a whole thing about the magnets. I still don't know how they work. I don't know if any of you know how they work. Also, if you're a camera person, Prusa just gives you lots of SD card, individual SD card holders. So thank them for that, I guess. I don't know. Oh, God, these magnets are really strong. Holy crap. Can I buy these? These are really nice magnets, Prusa. My God. All right. So the attracted side to that needs to go in first. Okay, stop it. Stop it. Okay, there we go. All right, that's not too bad. That's not too bad. Yeah, that's not too bad. But I already printed SD card holders. Yeah, I know. One of these days we need to make a juice game out of Grant and belts. I mean, it's up to you, homie. You do you. Once you get the polarity right, they do just kind of snap right in, so that is nice. Give credit where it's due. That's a very, very thoughtfully designed part. I do appreciate that. Thoughtful design is something that I always like. Back. It slipped out of my hand. And we had a client years ago that was in the printed magnet game, which was just so freaking cool, man. The random, like, super, super custom magnets that I have here at the shop I have no use for them. I have no use for them, but they're super cool. Hybrid Robotics says, I'm on the spectrum and I'm losing packets. I love my new t-shirt. Yes, and you know what? I definitely forgot to take the coupon code down, so if you do want to get yourself a Spectrum shirt, you can go to shop.3dmusketeers.com, use the code FUISP10 for 10% off of that shirt, because I'm petty. So if we look close, okay, here, I'll bring it in, okay? Bring it in, bring it in, bring it in, bring it in, okay? You see how this says 1, 2, 3, 4? Because I can only count to 4. You have to use the one with the 2. Count them, 2. Plugs. This is just getting out of hand. So you grab the one with the 2 plugs. And it goes just like that. Yeah, that's it. Ah, and then you put screws in. Okay, that makes sense. And I think I can make some assumptions and say that that goes there. Okay. I am going to swap out the bit in my electric screwdriver because it sounds like I'm going to be doing this a fair bit today. Ah, it's right here, you big stupid idiot. Is it the right size? Get in there. That's a little loose. Oh, because it's a security Torx. All right, I'll use one of these cheap ones. They might break on me, but that's okay. It was cheap for a reason. That's too loose. Everybody told me to have the right tools, and it would have been smart of me to actually have them handy, but I don't. These are things that I could have prepped beforehand, and I recommend that you do. Don't be like me. That literally says T10 on it, so we'll use that. It just feels light, and that tells me it's going to have a problem. Yep, screws go in. Okay, secure it using some of those countersunk screws. Bad self-talk, very damaging. I knew Grant was a vampire that proves it has the counts. Is there a Gildan's shirt store yet? No, we never did do that. I need to do that. Ah, yes. When your electric screwdriver doesn't have the balls. Beautiful. Love that for me. I could get a power drill, but I was really trying to avoid needing a power drill. If we continue to have issues where this screwdriver doesn't have the cojones to do the job, we will go get a power drill. Rob Lincoln for the $10 says, thank you for all the pain and work. All this shows me that I absolutely must wait until they have complete units for sale. Okay, I know that a lot of you will say that. I am someone who says, dude, do the freaking kit. They're a lot of fun. It is a lot of work, right? You know, there's never been a lie about that. But I think, okay, let me rephrase that. If this is your first Prusa printer, build the kit. Build the kit. It is a really, really fun experience, and I think you'll enjoy it. And it is really important, I think. One of the most important things in 3D printing is knowing how to fix your printer, because print failures are a matter of time. It's not if, it's when, right? And I think it's really important if you can build that kit yourself. That gives you a different perspective on everything. And now you kind of understand what needs to happen for things to work. This makes me think I can build a Voron. These are very different than a Voron. This is much, much, much easier than a Voron. I do not think Voron kits are something that the average user should attempt. They're fun, but they're not like Prusa fun. Like, to me, Prusa kits are really fun. I look at this as therapy. I do really enjoy these builds. A Voron kit is why I needed therapy. But I'm also not the most technical person, especially when it comes to firmware. Firmware is not something that I'm very good at. Apparently, these parts are identical. Which, yes, they are identical. Great. Wunderbar. Wait, these screws go... Oh my god, they do go all the way down. Okay. 2 more screws. Those we're going to have to do by hand because my screwdriver isn't long enough. Story of my life. Oh wait, this one has an extender, but is that extender thin enough? I don't know, man. I bought some cheap screwdriver kits. No, it's not. I bought some cheap screwdriver kits on Amazon. I figured they're useful to have, and I know I'm just going to lose the ones that I have. So it's nice to have spares for when you do lose the other ones that you have. So, all right, these will have to be done by hand. No big deal. Drop the screws down. Life will be good. I look at this as therapy. Sometimes cheaper than it too. Yeah, exactly. Chuckle and friends are overly concerned. They found a screw loose, and it's a filament wiper on their bamboo. Have both. Do I wear both shirts at the same time? I mean, you can do you, man. I'm not here to tell you what to do with your life. Looks like the holes as well are tapered, so it makes everything go together nicely. Greatly appreciated there. Yeah, and there is the biggest issue with Voron is that sometimes there are gaps in the instructions and you kind of have to fill it in yourself. That was my biggest challenge with the Voron kits, was just the knowledge gap. And that knowledge I didn't have. I would say if you want to kind of stick your toe into the Voron world without like all the BS of building a kit yourself, but you want to like get to know it a little bit better, the SV08 and SV08 Max are probably the best bang for the buck. Voron 2.4 and quasi Phoenix clones out there. They are open source, so I can say clone and it's not a bad thing in this particular use case. I have two SV08s. The reason we have two, one of them Sovol sent to us, the other one I bought locally. They're going to get indexed. That was literally why I bought them. I bought the second one to get indexed. So, yeah. The holes don't line up! God, don't you just hate when that happens? Your holes don't line up? It's one of those mornings, guys. I know it's almost 1 o'clock in the afternoon. I was up till almost 6 a.m., so it's very much close to the morning for me. Mainly because I was learning more about Claude, and I got locked in, and that was my fault. We are taking an interesting approach for AI here at 3D Musketeers. Talked about it on the podcast. I forget which one, but basically, we are not straying away from it, but anytime that we use it, we're going to make it very clear that we're using it. Lori Ann Brown said, I was looking at Sovol, have never used one. Really easy to assemble. The nice thing about the SV08 is that you can just put regular clipper on it, I think. You might need the eMMC board for that, but because mine are still kind of running the stock firmware. But you can run just like mainline clipper on it, and it's not that big of a deal. And it gives you the Voron experience and lets you kind of understand, do I want to go down the path of building a 2.4? I still recommend, if you're going to do that yourself, that you do look at an LDO kit. Yes, it is more expensive than self-sourcing everything. However, it's all there. And if my dumbass can put it together, so can you. Now, I did get it to work. Unfortunately, we did fry the octopus. I've not fixed it yet. I'm going to be honest. Yes, and it already has KIAUH, which is... It's a bed probing thing, I think, is what it's called. I always want to say Kahlua, but it's not Kahlua. Yeah, Rat Rig seems interesting, but their documentation was pretty poor. Yeah, and like we've had users in our Discord available the $10 tier and higher. Build, I already did all this. Build a Rat Rig, and it was incredibly challenging for them. Incredibly challenging, to the point where, you know, I did my best, but eventually even I had to tap out. They had to have their handheld basically through it, and yeah, it was not easy. Yeah. We have. I don't think there were any. Okay, I have my first empty bag of parts. I don't think there were. Oh my gosh, they did include black screw. Why did they include... All right, Prusa, why are some of the screws black? Why are they all not the same color? I know. How Floridian of me. Oh, that's just mean. But, God! Dropped it. Take a drink. Oh, ow. All right, Grant, you should sit. If there's things where you can sit, you should sit. Don't be stupid. Sit, you dingus. Okay. Oh, so much better. Yeah, I don't... Why? Why are they different colors? The other thing we need to get is the PTFE. We need 4 of them. They're over there. I can see them. I will get them when we need them. Okay. Remove the upper center nylon rivet from the left side panel. Okay. Damien with the PLN $10. I think that's Polish, right? I think it's Polish. Pretty sure that's Polish. Saying Voron's great if you like tinkering. Thank you for your donation. Greatly appreciated. And I agree. I agree. Are the black screws cheaper, metal or stainless? I mean, they might be cheaper. Shane says Operation Drive Grant Crazy is a resounding success. I think these are still covered. I hope they are, because if they're not, they're about to get scratched. So we want to go ahead and do that. Okay. This is a very odd instruction. So it said remove the upper center rivet and then insert one of the black screws, because these are very much like very coarse threaded. They're clearly designed to go right into plastic. I don't really know where to put this in this tray. So I'm going to put it in the M2x8 bin and hope, well, they're all not going to fit. Fine. This I'm assuming is where having the power drawer will be handy, but that's okay. We need the one that says 1 to 4, which is that one. Great. Okay. Literally, you just want to poke it through the backside? Okay. Where's the hole? I gotta find the hole. Am I the only one that, like, when you're working on cars, it's often easier to not look at it because you can feel it and you have better dexterity and your fingers don't really lie to you? Am I the only one that does that? And yes, INDX dev kits are coming out again tomorrow via Bondtech. I think there's a price adjustment is what I saw on their Discord. So, you know, it's going to be what it's going to be. You got the cables. Are they the same length? I would assume they are. It would make sense for them to be. Yes, they are the same length. Great. We're going to go ahead and plug in the cables. So someone had recommended that we do a like a head-mounted camera. And I kind of want to do that. This really sucks to install. Use a pair of pliers for this, because that's going to be a metric pain in the ass. Which, I will point out, is 2.2 standard pains in the ass. There you go. Yeah, if you use a pair of pliers, it'll make life a lot easier. But as someone pointed out, they wanted like a head cam so you could see what I see. I'm not opposed to it. And like, I have cameras that can do that. I think it's going to give people motion sickness. And that's like why I'm very hesitant on it. Wow, this is really tough to get into the slot. There it goes. All right. Definitely use the pair of needle nose pliers that the machine comes with. I'm going to look at the photo and say that, okay, so the inside one goes there. The top one goes there. Now, these slot in somewhat reasonably, so I am going to leave just a little bit of cable slack. You'd rather have a little bit of extra slack so that you don't strain out the cables. Yeah, I'm not against the Grant cam. Please don't do that. Too much movement. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Okay. But I do have cameras that can easily do that. Okay. We got that. Yeah, this seemed pretty obvious of where this was going. And then screw it in. Okay. I don't think this is going to have the cojones to do it, but we're going to find out. It says it's supposed to sit. Okay. Oh, yeah, no. Not even close. Not even close. Not even remotely close. I've got a skill one, which is probably what you should use. I think the low speed on this is more torque. Let's find out. Yeah, it's torquing out. No. Yeah, unfortunately, much like myself, it doesn't have the balls to do it. Well, I say that, and I was the only one. Never mind. Do I have the skill out here? Let me look around for half a second. Let me see if I have the skill driver out here. If I do, we'll just transition to that. If I don't, hey, we're going to use that wrist flick action, all right? Let's see if it's in here. Yes, these drawers are actually functional. Look, another camera. This, for reference, this is the same camera we used for the top-down. It's Canon Vixia camcorder. Super cheap on Amazon, or not on Amazon, on Marketplace. Highly recommended if you are getting into content creation. I think those are phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal cameras for the money because they have actual freaking optical zoom. None of this digital zoom BS. I'm going to check here on my shelves, and I'm going to keep an eye out here to see if I can quickly find it. I know I'm deviating slightly. I'm sorry. Oh, that light is bright and hot. Nope. Okay. And I don't want to use a power drill because I think that is a little bit outside of the attainability of the average user. But some people are saying a wow stick, your Fantic style screwdrivers, whatever. Those work too. It's just not something that I have. I bought a cheap electric screwdriver. I've had it for a long time. I thought it would be good enough for this. Turns out it was not. I didn't realize these threads were going to be like, you're tapping threads with a, you know, I thought it was going to be the fine threads. And I'm like, I know it can do fine threads. That's no big deal. But yeah, coarse threads, no chance. So if Amber B ends up, she's at the doctor's right now. She's fine, just establishing with her new insurance. When she comes over, if we're still at this, I'll have her bring me the other one. Okay. I'm going to take a heavy guess and say it's going to be the same thing on the other side. Oh, first, we got to route cables. All right, fine. Fine. Cable routing. It looks like the inside goes high here, and the outside goes low. All right. Get used to thread making. We want test prints back to the bench. Look, I can go get this. I don't want to use the skill driver. I should just get my power drill, but no, we're not gonna. We're not gonna. Okay, now we got to get 4 the PTFE. 1, 2, 3, 4. Because remember, kids, I can only count to 4. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay. And are they locked in? Locked, 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 locked. That is something that my XL has a problem with, which is very interesting. I don't have the cheat sheet. Oh. It's on the reverse side of the letter? Oh, hell, it is on the reverse side of the letter. Let's go. I didn't know I needed filament for this. Why do I need filament? I'm not doing it. I don't think I'm going to need filament for this, okay? Why do I need filament? Yeah, you're putting the tubes in. Yeah, that's fine. You know, the tubes have to fit. No big deal. Get the filament. Go. Just because Nomad says to get the filament, I'm going to do it without it. 10 euros from Austria, small donation for the Valerian drops for relaxation. I don't know what that means. Convinced me to watch the same TV even though I'm a decade and change. Convinced we watched the same TV even though I'm a decade and change older. So I was raised right, you could say. My music choices, I'm a Motown guy. I mean, don't get me wrong, like I'll listen to like, you know, 80s, 90s. I was born in 1990, but I'm a Motown guy. So yes, I believe my father raised me right. One day soon, we will have some videos in my audio room, which is definitely not a spare bedroom in my house. But we will have videos in there as we work to take what to me is kind of my dream end audio set. Although, well, I don't know. I might need to sell it. We'll see. If I don't have to sell the audio setup, we'll do videos in there. If I do have to sell it, then obviously we won't do videos in there. But Adventure Printing for the 10 euros says, and a tenner from Italy. Spend it in Haribos for the tuning part of INDX. So, Adventure Printing. I will agree to spend it in Haribos. However, not on American Haribos. American Haribos use high fructose corn syrup rather than actual sugar. So they're not any good, comparatively. I would say in the States, I know this is going to sound just so mean, but in the States, I firmly believe Albanese gummies are superior. But yeah. Anyways, let's get these tightened down. It's like I have to make a like a flywheel for this. Whatever, at least I can still use it normally. Still want to be able to pull them and move them back and forth, which we can do, so we're good. I really do just need a flywheel for this. I think if I had a flywheel on this screwdriver, it would actually do better. I love how there's half as many people watching today as yesterday. It's like everybody was expecting me to somehow like make a big spectacle because of Friday's video, and they don't realize that Friday's video really doesn't have much to do with the build. All right, I need to know why you want me to do that. Oh. Oh. Yeah, no, I'm not going to do that. I mean, why? So, I don't care if the PTFE tubes move. it wants you to do this so that your length here is correct. I think the overall idea, I'm assuming, yeah, I was gonna say, I'm assuming it's gonna have you cut it again. It's not surprising. Oh, I'm hitting the table. It's not surprising. I'm going to wait, I think. I'm just going to kind of use their pictures as a bit of a guide. And I still want the PTFE to be able to move. I understand that you might say, Grant, you're not following the directions. There is a specific reason for this. I'm going to tune this in myself when it's done. And I also want it to look good. 300 millimeters is about 12 inches. I mean, I guess, like, you've got the piece of filament that came in the core one, but just to bother Nomad, I'm going to opt not to do it. Yes, I'm being this petty, but it's funny. Why corn syrup adventure printing says? Because money. Corn syrup is cheaper than sugar. It impacts the head insides. They don't crash into each other. This doesn't, I mean, inside of the machine, maybe. Again, we'll do it later. I'm not worried about it right now. That, and I don't have PETG filament. So, you know. Oh, look, we're going to do the same thing again on the other side. Who would have thought? All right. Let's get the, I guess at this point, you're probably better to be switched this way. I don't know. You guys tell me. You saw one from the top down. Let's have you see one from the front on perspective, right? Right. I feel like that's only fair. Lobbyists for corn police. Honestly, there's probably some like deep lobby BS involved in this. Because that always is the way that it seems like things are here in the States. Like there's always just like some big corporation that is somehow involved in this. I don't know, man. I just work here. So I don't know which one of these that it wants me to use. Which cable, though? It doesn't tell me which. I assume it doesn't matter, but it's going to bother me. All right, well, which one will look better? Probably the top one. Probably the top one. This one might be okay to do by hand. Yeah, it was fine to do by hand. And we will put it in the bottom one. Get that around here. We're going to bring it around town. Bring it around town. Oh. And then the same deal. We'll get it screwed in. This one I'm just going to do all by hand. I guess when people told me that I'm doing a lot of plastic threading, I expected something a little different. That's on me, I guess. I don't know. If you guys think it's acceptable for me to cheat and get a power drill, I'm not against going to find my power drill. I think I saw it, although I know I saw one of my power sanders. I thought I had a power drill over here. I must have used it for a project and not put it back over here because I have multiple power drills. Beans. Yeah, I don't see it. That's okay. Whatever. Get the drill, get the drill, get the drill. Cheating is only for smart people. At the end of the day, save your body. Without it, you're going to have a hard time later on. I have my power drill has a chuck. I'm going to set the chuck real low. I'm getting enough people that say go get the power drill, so give me just, ow, damn it, that hurt. Give me just a second, and I'm gonna get my power drill. But that means I have to climb over this mountain of boxes. The boxes that I threw over here yesterday, and I never took them outside to return to Mother Earth Gaia because carbon to carbon and carbon to carbon. That was definitely something that I probably shouldn't have stepped on. Finding my power drill. It's on the other side of my garage. It means I have to open up the garage door, which is not fun. The set's about to get really bright, so if you are like light sensitive, close your eyes for like the next 30 seconds. Oh God, it's hot out here. Oh, it's so terrible outside. Oh, I hate it. All right, 3 bars of battery, probably fine. But let's exchange it for one that happens to be full. That's only got 2 bars, that's great. That's a full one. Got it. And shutting the garage because I'm letting all the cold air out. Okay. That probably just cost me 2 to 3 degrees in here. But we got it. Now, if you are going to use a power drill, I need to be very, very clear with you. It needs to have a chuck, and you need to set that chuck at a very, very, very low amount, right? Set the chuck as low as it will go, okay? And then you can turn it up later, right? Set the chuck as low as it will go. So for me, that is a number 1. So I'm going to set it. This is one of my old rigid drills. But if you set your chuck nice and slow or nice and low, it'll just cam itself out before it damages anything. Oh, there's a scratch. That's okay. See? Sets itself out nice and low and we're good. Probably need to go to a 2. Though, honestly, that's fine. Yeah. Oh, it's a clutch. Right, clutch, not chuck. Thank you. Yes, a clutch. That just sets the amount of power that your power drill is able to do. And this is why Grant has to request replacements. I will also point out, for those of you that are content creators, I don't care that it's a power drill. Trigger discipline is important, okay? It's a good practice to learn. Trigger discipline, very important. I understand it's really not a very dangerous thing, but, you know, better to make the habits when you can. I missed it, why the drill, because I got a lot of recommendations that said just go get the damn drill. So I went and got the damn drill. All right, so that wants it at the bottom one, which is fine. It wants a little bit of slack back there, no big deal. Same deal with the PTFE tubes. I think I can see precisely where this is going. We're gonna do the same thing. Look at that. Second Prusa bag empty. I like this, man. We're knocking out bags. I do find it interesting, though, that Prusa has this big, like, commitment to environmentalism, right? With, like, all the recyclable packaging and stuff like that. But they use so many clear plastic bags, man. Like, I look, don't get me wrong. I reuse them. Right. Hold on. I have notifications from the EcoFlow. Okay, it's fine. Okay, it's fine. Oh, wait. I just saw... Olaf Olaf sent pictures. Here. Olaf sent pictures and says I can share with you guys. So here, real quick. Real quick. Real quick. Sharing is fine. Look at that. Look how beautiful that is. Bro. I was going to say, I don't know how much of the other things in this chat that I can share with you guys, but look at that, man. Absolutely beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. 10 out of 10. Dude, you got to take me there. That's a beautiful, beautiful location. Wow. Yeah, that's the view out of the bedroom. Oh my gosh. Well, I mean, he could take me there into the bedroom any day. Yes, Olaf is on leave. He's actually not working. And while on vacation, he's actively choosing to spend his time with me. His evil twin, Olaf, on duty. Is that like my brother? My twin brother? I still love that we got a lot of you in that HT90 video. That we fooled a lot of you. A lot of you didn't know that I actually have an identical twin brother. He'll be, I think he's coming over maybe this weekend. I don't know. We need to do a bit of an extra filming bit for the HT90 video so we can finish editing the finale of the HT90 in 90 days. Spoiler alert, we did it. Because of course your boy did it. It was close though, man. It was really, really close. It's really friggin' close. All right. For just ease of use, I'm just gonna stab these. Oh my god. Okay, Prusa, hi. A note for you. The PTFE needs to click in. Okay, like I don't really care how we do it, but it needs to click in because, like, I need like 6 more hands to do this, and this kind of sucks, guys. That part's rough. I mean, look, you can blame it on Olaf and say that Olaf designed it, and I'm fine with that. But it would be nice if the PTFE stuck in a little bit more and clicked in. I think that would give us a better overall use for it. Why am I doing this? I literally have my power drill. Why am I trying to use that? Yeah, good note there. Oh, okay, now this bit is stuck in this. Cool. Why is that stuck in there? Oh my god, tell me this is not like some really cheap, chintzy thing. Oh god. Okay. We'll go to a 2, because I think a 3 was a little high. Okay. Same deal, we're just going to kind of... Ooh, made that a little tight. Back that out just a smidge. No big deal, super simple, comes right out. Oh, still, well, I could probably untighten it with that. Shane says, if it clicks, it can change the shape of the PTFE. So it doesn't need to click a lot. Again, I'm not saying that this is this has to change, right? It doesn't have to change. I just think that it would make using it a lot easier if it was different, right? Okay. All right. Moving forward, gonna be the same deal. Yep. Cool. All right. We're through this part. I will clean this up later. Like, I've seen them set up INDX at shows, man. Like, no one's measuring the filament at the shows. They're just putting it, they're just screwing it together, right? Chamfer the print for the PTFE profile. I mean, that might work, yeah. Oh, I know, but it's one of the few times I can actually sound smart. That's fair. Looks like a fun upgrade. Are we done yet? Honestly, it has been a very fun upgrade so far. However, we are not done yet. Route the left filament sensor cable through the left opening in... There's no... We're not doing any more... Okay. I guess we're not doing any more... Oh, I guess I can bring you guys to that. You can see the backside. I didn't know if there was like any other cable management routing or things like that. Now, it has to go all the way in that leftmost location. I'm going to make myself not hate myself, and I'm just going to bring the table up. I am on the cam only, right? It is working. It's switching everything, isn't it? Okay, yes. Wonderful. All right. Now we got it in. Now we just have to get our part installed. So this one, as much as I hate to tell you to do it, you might have to hold on to the wires, or actually, it looks like you might be able to grip the front of the lock. No. It's just not something that someone with regular size hands can do. Yep, yeah, just grip the front side of it, slam it in. K2 Kevin says I'd be measuring everything twice. Meh. I'm not doing that. I'm just going to send it. And we will fix it later. Haribo that we're not having. Okay. Yep, that all looks right. Here, we'll do that for you guys. I will send this back down. So you can see a little bit better. Awesome. More tools. Interesting. Okay. I do recommend that Prusa includes some flush cutters. They don't have to be the nice, these ones, just the same ones that like every resin printer manufacturer gives you. Just throw one of these in the box. If you are going to have cases, like, yes, I know you can use the needle nose, but honestly, I'm more of a, I'm different, okay? I'm built different or something. And yes, like Mike from Never Let the Machines winner NLTMW says, make sure to leave a like. Show your support for Victoria's channel. Yes. And as Shane says, from customer support mindset, people have a tendency to absolutely torque the ever-loving bejesus out of the nuts and bolts. And that's fair. They absolutely do. Proper length is needed for the machine to know when the filament is expected to engage the extruder. It's an open loop machine, doesn't know if it has thrown an error or not. So I'm not cutting the PTFE tubes any shorter. This is, as far as I can tell, the reason for this and the measurements that they wanted to do is to actually deal with the minimum bend radius for filament. I could be wrong, but my assumption would be that it is for the minimum bend radius on filament. We're not cutting the PTFE tube short, so the length on them doesn't change. The length is still the same. It's just the length from here to here changes. Yeah, I don't know why you thought that Wawa was any good. Like, Wawa's not bad, but I'm not choosing Wawa first. It's just here in the South, though. Hydrate, everybody. Well, I will tell you, Whenever Wawa moved into the South, it stopped being great. I didn't hate it, but it wasn't something I actively sought out. So we have this orange part, which is like the only orange part in this kit, which is very interesting. We're going to need the M3x8 RTs. We'll need 2 of them. We removed those earlier. And 2 of the lock nuts. Okay. Got those. Bro. That sucks. That's going to be a real challenge to do with with this table, but I'll try. Okay. So what you need to do is you need to hold the lock nuts in place with the wrench. Okay. And get the screws in. I don't know if I agree with this particular order of operations, but we'll see. It depends if the... Okay, at least the bolts stick in. That's fine. As long as the bolts stick in, which they do. They don't fall out. If the bolts fell out, we were going to riot. But they don't. That's good. We don't want them to fall out. The last thing you want to do is have to, like, hold the part in place, hold the bolts from falling. Like, that just sucks. The thing, let me see about placement. No, that... Placement. Okay, so it goes... I don't know the right way to show this to you guys, so I'll just put it like that. It goes a little O-ring, little ring on the inside, I guess is the right way to put it. This is gonna suck to do. Pull the lever, Kronk. Wrong lever. Yeah, there is no easy way to do this. This is absolutely a part where I might recommend, let me see. Do we have any more magnets? Because I think, if we put a magnet on the wrench, that it would hold the nut in place and help you get it where it needs to go. I'm looking for a magnet. Whoop, and I popped my transmitter off. Let me see if there's any spare magnets in here. Nope. Nope. Uh-oh. Okay, we're good. We keep switching battery on and off of grid tie. Same Old Shane says, oh, do you think Prusa is waiting for feedback from the FE customers for the Prusa edition? Yes. I do think they are, which is why I thought it was kind of a weird move to say that we couldn't live stream it. I feel like, if anything, creators are incredibly valuable to this entire thing, and I don't care to get into it because it's just going to upset me. So we're just going to move on from it. Do I not have any freaking magnets out here? I guess not. All right. Well, if that's the case, then I'm going to say you insert it with your needle nose pliers instead of the magnets, because I don't personally think that the magnets are going to do a great job. Use the fish. The fish is inside. It is not out here right now. But not everybody has that, so, you know, careful with the fish. Oh my gosh, this is probably the most complicated part so far. Which is, like, so weird, you know? Like, this shouldn't be the most complicated, but it totally is. Only thing I can suggest is a guide for people who bought the INDX kit and a printer kit so it can be assembled on the go. Yes, we discussed that yesterday. Just gotta... I'm on top of the bolt, I think. No, I'm not. Yeah, this is very tough, and I don't think I can get a better picture of it. It's also just a handle. So, like... The handle falls out as soon as I say that. The handle's a paid actor. How could I recommend this better? A printed part. A printed part on the inside that had like a way for you to hold it more easily, that had the nuts already installed in the printed part. I think that would be the best way that I could like recommend it. But see, the issue is you're going to get covered in grease if you use your fingers, because you're right on top of the rail. Right, the smooth rod is right there. So, like, the top of my fingers got grease on it now. It's Prusa's lube, if you will. What? It has RTFM. What? There is no... There's nothing in the manual that is a way to beat this. Someone's calling me. Stop it. Just stop ringing. Oh, well. Yeah, it's about adding the handle. It says to align the side right handle with the holes on the right side and place into position. From inside the printer, place the nuts onto the screws and hold them with the universal tool. That is not enough. Like, that's exactly what I'm doing, right? But I don't think it is legitimately... I will tell you, for anybody that is, like, disabled, just skip this. It's just a handle, right? It's just a handle. You don't need it. And that's gone forever. Okay. Yeah, I don't like that. That M3N nut is gone. All right, I'm going to skip this at the moment. I will probably just do it off camera. I think I'm struggling because I'm trying not to like block camera views. If I had the printer turned around, I might have a better chance at this. I don't know. I guess I could just turn the printer around and try. All right, let me do that. But before I don't have access to the front of the table. There's another printer in the way. So that's why I'm not doing that. And it didn't specifically say from a special side of the printer, so kind of just did it. Okay. Clearly the bags have migrated a little bit. Time to give Anthony a heart attack around, I don't know, 55, 60? Is that any... I mean, I guess it is a little bit easier like this. Let's see if it's a lot easier. It might just be that I had the orientation on the machine wrong. That's okay, that happens. Okay. Does this make it easier? Not really. With this, it might be. How's that? Oh, that view's actually pretty good for you guys. So here we'll do overhead with camera, so you can see the inside. Yeah, doing it from the front side might be better. Again, having a Lazy Susan, God bless it. How many of these am I going to lose in this process? The issue that I'm running into is like you have to turn the nut or it doesn't really like work, I guess. Nope. There's the second one. I think we're just going to skip it. I definitely recommend in the future a printed part that slides up into here. That would give users with limited dexterity the ability to do all of that all at once. And it's not that I have limited dexterity. I can't get it to grip, man. You just need to print extras. Well, these are lock nuts, so. My concern is that when you have the front on index, it's going to make it pretty much impossible to stick it on. But that's what VHB tape will be for. I'll stick it in, a little bit of VHB tape, stick the son of a gun. You know what? I've got VHB tape. We're doing that. That's what we're doing. I want the handle. I want the handle. So, all right, here's what we're doing, kids. Here's what we're doing. We're grabbing some VHB tape. If you don't have VHB tape, if someone can send me a DM, Shane or Jimmy, at me in the Discord in the live stream channel and remind me to update the description of this video with a link to some VHB tape on Amazon, because VHB tape, super cheap. And if it's good enough for the door of this printer, it's good enough for the handle, baby. So we're going to put some VHB. Thought I was going to cut it at the right size, but I definitely didn't. We're going to VHB the handle on. Not going to worry about it. Good enough for government work. We're going to leave the screws in because the screws are going to help us align everything. Now, the thing with VHB that you should know is that it stands for very high bond. Yes, VHB actually stands for very high bond. It is a tape made by Minnesota Mining and Manufacturing. If you didn't know, that's what 3M stands for. Look at that, I'm teaching you a bunch of stuff today. VHB is pressure-based, so the harder that you push it, the harder it sticks. So, push it really hard. All right, so we got the VHB on there. That'll be fine. We'll use the screws as an alignment jig. We'll push it all up in there, and life will be good. The only pain in the butt thing with VHB is getting the other side of the tape off, and I often just use a pair of side cutters to peel it. Sometimes it doesn't want to come. You just have to, well, you got to show it who's boss, really. And yeah, this stuff is, you thought flex tape was strong? Properly applied VHB is like infinitesimally better. I think the edge of the VHB tape got really hot, maybe? I don't know how it handles heat, but it's been in my garage. This is leftover VHB tape from the Voron. I've got some big rolls of thin VHB inside. But as a maker, having VHB is awesome. If you ever get into like a minor, I keep some in my car, right? If you ever get into like a minor car wreck, or, you know, you drive an old car like I do, and sometimes things come unclipped, little VHB, she'll never come unclipped again. I understand that for some of you, oh, he's deviating from the instructions again. Yep, I am. I guess bonus points, if Prusa wanted to like have extra bonus points on this, would be to have a pre-made sticker that fits this. If that makes sense, like a pre-made sticker of like a double-sided tape in case you can't. Again, not a request. I don't think that's even a reasonable accommodation request either. But yeah, rolls of VHB can be had on Amazon for actually a lot cheaper than you think. I think I paid like $15 for my last roll, and it was like 100 meters. Like, the stuff's not expensive. Oh my gosh, let go. Okay. Maybe this side got a little warm. I don't know. It's not releasing. I told everybody you're supposed to be the best tape. I need you to at least work with me a little bit. Oh my gosh. Help me, VHB. All right, there we go. Good Lord have mercy. All right. Gonna put it on, get it into the right holes, and then we're just gonna slam it in. There. Look at that. It's like I knew what I was doing all along. Get an X-Acto knife. Yeah, well, I didn't have it handy. Okay. Done. Sweet. Handle's on. Okay. So the next steps here. We're going to do my main overhead for you guys. You know what? Actually, that's probably not what we want to do. We want to probably stick the overhead with the camera. Says remove the M3 by 10 screw that secures the Bowden guide part. Remove the Bowden guide. Well, that's a great way for people to scratch their machines up. I think this will fit in there. Yeah, all right, we got it. It's out. The poop bucket will move all around without those nuts. Well, that sucks. The screws are still there, though. Okay, now we need to get 3 zip ties. If you are tuning in brand new, 1, make sure to leave a like and get subscribed. 2, I'm about to change your life if you don't know this trick with zip ties. You see how I've cut the zip tie bag about 3/4 of the way up? Cut it about halfway, but 3/4 is fine too. What you don't want is you don't want the zip ties to be able to wiggle out of the bag. This, open the bag, grab the few you need. Then the others, they don't come out of the bag. It's so much better. I don't know why more people don't know that trick with zip ties. But you should know that trick with zip ties. Ah, I can see the manual overlay is blocking the entirety of what we need to see right now. So at the moment, once we can see what we need to do, okay, so we need to get the zip ties up and through. Are those Olaf's hands? I don't know whose hands those are. All right, we need to get the zip ties up and through. So for right now, I'm going to remove the instructions so we can we can go ahead and bend all the zip ties and do all of that. That way you guys can kind of see what I am up to. Ah, the fun part starts. Oh no. Yeah, I'm just removing it. Another fun tip. Yeah, look, I think that there's some value here. Can I just, oh yeah, I can use my arrow keys. No kidding, I can. All right, so it says, first off, we need to get this kind of in a location where it's not that big of a deal. This goes in between. Nope, needs to go into the further back one. Oh my God, we got it. All right. It is a little tricky. It is very hard to do on camera. I will do my best to kind of show it to you guys, but I don't think the camera is going to pick it up. You put a little curl in the zip tie in here. We'll do just from the camera. You put a little curl in the zip tie, okay? And that enables it to kind of come up through one of the slots, okay? Just make sure it is on the bottom side, and you'll be all right. Okay, got that. And the final one. Oh, went into the front hole and the back hole. All right, we got it into the right holes. Let's go. Any day where you get it into... Nope, nope, don't make that joke. Just don't make that joke. Don't do that. Insert the zip tie into the inner hole. It does say that it wants you to kind of now bend it back the other way. I don't know. Is it just the middle one? Insert the zip tie into the inner hole shown in the photo. Okay, the photo shows just the one. Just the middle one, which is fine, no big deal. I would say that, I mean, if you're following along and doing this live, it's probably too late, but this might be a great step to recommend to people when they're doing the belts. When they're doing the belts, I think this would be the easiest. Now, my assumption here is that it's going to try to go underneath. Yep, and we don't want that. Now, it wanted you to bend it. Mine didn't stay bent the way that we wanted it to stay bent. So I'm just going to cheat, and I'm going to grab the tail, or I'm going to try to grab the tail with some needle nose pliers and just pull it through, which is exactly what I did. I got the tail, we pulled it through, we're good to go. All right, we got it. Okay, and so in the instructions, which I will put on screen real quick so you guys can see it, it wants you to have basically no loop of the zip tie in the center section, okay? And then it wants you to feed through, and you want to make sure the zip tie itself is not looped around any rods or things like that, which we are not. So we are good to go. I'm going to turn that back off so you guys can see. Oh, we do need to do it to all three of them. Cool. 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 I think I know what's happening. This is going to be for the cooler that we need to install. This is where the cable needs to go. So we need to do this on all of them. I think you can see that now that you need to do it on all of them. Let me just make sure you guys can see it. Yes, you can see it. So we need to do it on all of them. I'm going to have it look through the webcam. I think the webcam's probably the best for this. I'm sorry, I don't really know for sure. Yeah, removing the side panel might make your life easier on this. If it doesn't stay bent, it needs to get bent again. Okay, it is for the fan cable. Yeah. Alrighty. Oh no, I think I pulled it too far. Okay. I would say again for, oh my God, there's not enough light for me to see. Now, thankfully, my main light, the Olight Arc Pro, is actually magnetic. It's got a magnetic back to it. So I can use it to actually illuminate my work area. Thanks, Olight. They did send that over to me like a year ago, and I have been using it. I carry it every single day as part of my EDC. EDC being everyday carry, for those that don't know what that means. Oh, I had it in the hole, then it came back out. Yeah, there's your clip. There's your clip. Okay. All right, we got that in. Now, I know it doesn't tell you to do this, but this is how I'm going to do it. I'm going to grab it with a pair of pliers and just rip it through. And it works. I mean, it's really dumb, but it works. I'm going to do a couple of clicks on the zip tie so it doesn't loosen itself. And we'll need to do the same thing for this one. If you've got like the dexterity to do it, bending the belt back should work. Yeah, it did. It worked. Okay. We have that. Again, I'm going to recommend that you just go in there with a pair of pliers and just pull it all through. It's just easier. Get it down through, just pull it with a pair of pliers. It's fine. Couple of ticks, life will be good. Chat remote controls your hands. No, absolutely not. None of you degenerates, no, I'm not giving you all that opportunity. All right, now it's cable routing time. So, yep, it is for that fun fan cable. I'm going to try not to turn the printer around and just try to find, I literally pulled that cable the first effing try. Let's go. And I got to go through the bottom one. Okay. Why would you have to go through the bottom one? All right, whatever. I think I would pull this through the top grommet, not the bottom grommet, but whatever. It's Wallace and grommet, really. I would say, Prusa, this would be a great time for one of your special 3D printed zip tie guides. I would definitely add that as like a request for this. You have it for like the motherboards and stuff like that on the XL and that kind of thing. I would highly, highly, highly recommend that we do that here as well. Okay. I guess if I do that, it will make your life a little bit easier too, maybe. Yeah. You can't trust me with your hands. I know you can't, yeah. Like you should have just kept the one from the kit. Well, this was a fully assembled printer, so I didn't have that. I'm assuming that this is someone's first machine and they don't have any of that stuff. So I don't think it's fair to assume that they have something that they didn't have. So lead the cable out from behind the rod hole. Your cable must come out above the smooth rod. Okay. All right, I see. It needs to like... Oh my gosh. That is a suboptimal experience. Let's... Did I accidentally got it. Oh no, it fell. No! Dang it! Get back here. So in doing that, I accidentally got it through the zip tie, which is Kind of funny. Lead the dock there and through the back zip tie. Check to make sure that it is behind the rod holder, which it is. Great. Yep. Through the middle one. Yep. This is all kind of expected. It's like, yeah, make sure it doesn't. You have to pass it behind to make sure it doesn't wrap around the thing here. You don't want it to wrap around the carriage. Oh, God. Oh, it's so greasy. Oh, there's lube everywhere. Oh, there's lube. I'm going to have real smooth hands by the end of the day. Oh, there's lube everywhere. Dang it, Bobby. Okay. All right. That is fully through. I'm going to... oh, we don't... Uh-oh. So what's happening is it's kind of trying to get caught up in that. We don't want that. That is really not a great place to run it. I would have recommended running it on the outside, man. I would have rather had it run along the outside like a couple of trailer park girls. But, I mean, that would have required a different side panel or something like that, or an extra hole. I just don't like that. It's not a good... in my opinion, it's not great. Gently bend the dock fan cable near the connector. Okay, so now it needs to come up through the side profile. Okay. Makes sense. I mean, at this point, you almost should just remove the side profile. It's a problem with the kit tools skill issue. Yeah. Yeah, someone said before mounting the filament holder to remove the side panel and run the cable, which I think makes sense. I would agree. I think that would be, if that isn't a comment in there already, I would recommend it to be one. Literally all I'm doing is I'm just trying to fish it through, okay? All right, I think I got it. I just have to get down there with the needle nose pliers. We're good. All right, we got it. It's up and through. I understand that's not all that easy for you all to see, but if we look at the overhead, you might be able to see it. It is hanging out right there. So we got it. Honestly, remove the side panel, then you can also get the nuts in. I just don't feel like doing that right now. I'm going to be real honest with you. That's going to sidetrack me too much, and I just want to get this going. So it wants me to have about 8 centimeters protruding. Sure. I assume that's probably fine. About 3.14 inches. That's definitely more than that. Okay, yep, pull the zip ties. So it wants you to start... it wants you to start at the front, which is interesting, but that's okay. This is where things are going to get tough, because trying to, like, tighten the zip tie here is going to be quite difficult. I'm going to have a recommendation that's going to deviate from the directions a little bit. So right now, they have the tails coming out this way. I might tuck the tails under so you can pull down. I think that would be my personal preference. Pulling down is better for the zip ties and is not going to put them under that kind. Wait. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it literally says it's tricky. So I think if I'm going to try it on the first one, and if it doesn't work, I will retract my statement. I think that not hard at all when you're pulling in the right direction. Tightened up perfectly. No issues at all. All right. We're going to try number 2 because we always got to know who number 2 works for. I'm going to try it the same way. I'm going to grab it out from the bottom and I'm just going to pull. Just going to pull. Okay, I had to use my thumb to get the pressure to be a little bit more vertical, but that worked, and it worked quite well. I'm just making sure that the cable is not in the way. It doesn't appear to be. So because it worked for the first 2, I'm going to do it for the last one as well. I don't know what view are you guys on? Oh, you're definitely not on the right view. Take it to the cam here. Yeah. Oh, and I guess we'll turn off that so you can see a little bit better. I now have the tail going underneath, and it makes it so all you got to do is just grab it with the pliers and pull. Eventually, it's going to get to a point where it doesn't want to move anymore. So you use your finger to just use your finger as a fulcrum, okay? And that, my friends, is how you knock that out much easier than other people likely had. It is by understanding the math behind it, understanding the way that zip ties like to work, and knowing, you know, that it doesn't actually have to be exactly the way the instructions tell you. So yeah. Let's go back to the camera. We'll turn the video back on. It might interfere with the y-axis. It shouldn't. We're gonna cut the ends of the zip tie off. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Oh, they want you. That's so weird. They want you to squeeze the head of the zip tie. It makes it easier to tighten it. Personally, I don't think that's necessary here. I think if you just do it so you pull straight down, it is a much better note in my opinion. Okay, so literally that was it. We now have to cut off the excess. Yeah, okay. Literally, it's just now get in there and cut off the excess. No problem. There's another recommendation that I'm going to make here. One, don't cut your cable, don't cut your zip tie. But when you're done with it, get in there, if you can, and just rotate the zip tie. Rotate it out of the way so there's no way that it interferes with the y-axis. Because we don't want that. There's that. We're just going to rotate the zip tie when we're done. So it's rotated out of the way. Get rotated, nerd. There you go. Same thing with this one. Just rotate it out of the way. You just use the tip of your flush cutters, tip of your pliers, whatever. That will allow it to bend and rotate. We're now going to make sure that we can move the entire distance without any damage. We absolutely can. Had the problem with my Core 1 build on the other side. Sorry for, I don't know what you're... Did you put it through the wrong side? I don't know. All right. Now it's time for the wiper base. Let's do overhead, sure. So we got to find the bin. In the photo, the bin looks like it might be gray, but no, it is PCCF. We'll take everything else that's, oh no, well, no, it's PCCF. Okay, we're gonna take everything else that's in that bin, get rid of that bag, because that bag is done. Bucket is printed. No, what? You can make it purple, yes. Yeah, the cable for the camera's on the other side, dude. There's no cable for a camera over here. Although, honestly, my recommendation would be, instead of having to run this wire, that you use a USB-C splitter and just use the 5-volt power that's already coming to the camera. That would be my recommendation for this. That's what I would recommend. I think that the wiring of this is obtusely complicated for the average user and can absolutely cause frustration in those that have limited mobility. Here, I'll come back to here. I think it can cause frustration with those that have mobility issues, and might be something where the rest of this kit's really not that big of a deal if you have mobility issues. That will be an issue if you have mobility problems. If you do have mobility problems, please remove the side panel. That will make life a lot easier and allow you to get in there and access things a little bit better. But I think this could easily be solved if there is enough power coming to the USB-C connector for the camera. Let's just add a splitter or a breakout board to it. That way you can pull the 5-volt power that you need, and you don't have to run this entire cable. Because if I'm correct, yeah, I am correct. There's a whole other board that you need anyways. You need it. It's a female-to-female connector board, the Fun Fan. Yeah, so you already need a board anyways. So make a USB-C breakout board that has a USB-C pass-through and has the female connector for the fan. It does obviously put the Fun Fan on the other side of the machine, but I do actually think that is a better scenario, personally. So let me know your all's thoughts in the chat and in the comments, but personally, I think it would be better if it worked off of the USB-C power on the machine, and it would make way less wiring efforts for the person involved. It would be less wiring that has to be made for the kit itself, and it's already pre-done, right? If you wanted to be ultra trick, it would be a flush mount board that fits somewhere on the camera, so it's really easy to put on the camera. Yeah. So, anyways, back to the overhead. Saul's here. We need that. Oh, we need the silicone. Are these silicone printed? I hope they are. We need the silicone wipers. They are not. They're just regularly injection molded. Boo hiss. Everybody boo hiss. The silicone's not printed. Boo hiss. No, it's fine. It makes sense. I would recommend that spares of these, so these are your wipers for INDX, I'd recommend that it comes with a spare. I don't believe that it does. I recommend that it does. I can't imagine that the silicone is all that expensive, and I think having extra in there is a nice little gesture of good faith. Why is the fan only on one side? I don't know, man. I didn't I didn't design this. All right, so there is one screw that we need that we don't have yet. It is the M320RT, which is found in this bag. M320RT. Thankfully, we do already have a space for it in our little bin, which is awesome. Very happy to see that. We also need M3x8 RTs and M3x12 RTs. Regular M3x12 RTs. Okay. Black. M3x12 RT. Once again, Prusa is setting off, I don't know, my self-imposed OCD on this. Now, so we don't have an M312 RT. So we'll leave it in the bag for right now in our kit. All right. Oh, cool. It's a it's a little handheld thing. All right, so we press an M3 by 20 screw through. I can dig that. Go next. It goes into there. Great. Yeah. Okay. All right, and then we need to tighten on a lock nut. I understand that they want you to use the their little special tool or whatever. I don't like using it personally, so I'm just going to use a pair of needle nose, and I'll probably fail at it, but that's what I'm going to do. Set the wiper according to the marks on the base. No big deal. So we set the wiper lock according to the marks on the base. If the wiper moves on its own slightly, tighten the screw. Yep, that's fine. There we go. We got it set sideways. That's what we want. We now need to insert a M3 by 8 RT. Okay, it's a lock for the bucket. Got it. Thank you, 3D Monkey. Okay. Oh, wow. Okay. This one's interesting. Yeah, this really odd oblong part here. Really odd. Wait, M3 by 8. I just grabbed an M3 by 12. Definitely just grabbed an M3 by 12. M3 by 8 RT. There we go. All right. Buy a proper set of small metric combination wrenches. They are so much better than pliers or a multi-tool. Well, I am using the tools that it came with, other than the power drill, because I am live. But otherwise, I'm using all the tools the kit came with. And if you have to buy extra tools, I'm not really a huge fan of it. Quite frankly, I think I got it. Yeah, I got it. I think I think the pliers work just fine. It's good enough for me. This is a pain in the butt to really lock in there because it doesn't, it just wants to spin freely. So I'm using my palm as a, God, it's still, is there not a tool to keep this from spinning? It would be nice if there was. It would be nice if there was a tool to keep this from spinning. I mean, you could use the pliers, but I don't want to damage the part. Oh, okay. It's an eccentric nut to calibrate the bucket height. You know what? That makes perfect sense. And yes, the wrench comes. The wrench comes with the kit. It comes with both the Core 1 and Index. So I'm going to hold the part with the pliers because it's getting to a point where I have to hold it with something or it's just not going to turn for me. Okay. I'm going to go back a smidge here. Oh, it says to use the wrench. I didn't even notice that. Why the heck did I not notice that? Oh, I feel like an idiot. It said to use the wrench, and I didn't even notice that. The worst part is, I think I read that out in the manual to you guys. All right, that's fine though. So you want to make sure that it can spin a little bit. It's an eccentric nut. You want to make sure that it spins. What an idiot. Oops, that's on me. All right, we're now going to look at these things here. We've got they don't really do a good job of showing you this, but in theory it makes sense that the angle, and I'm going to switch back to the main here, that the angle for the silicone needs to go this way, needs to go down. So the higher part of the silicone is up against the wall side. I think that's what it wants you to do. The wiper slope, make sure the slope side points inside of the wiper base. Yes, that is exactly what it wants you to do. Kind of a pain in the butt to get in there, not gonna lie. Yeah, I would like to see a spare set of wipers. I don't think that is too much of an ask, and I think it's good. It's good faith, right? It's good faith. From there, you go ahead and install the screw. Okay, so the front of the wiper, the slope side, you should see that it meets up with the front. I'm not making a lot of sense, okay? I'm trying. M312 RT. If there's a mod, go ahead and remove that comment with the emojis on it. It was totally in the picture I was showing. I'm just a ding-dong, apparently. That's on me. That's on me. No big deal. Part of the process. Thank you, mods. All right. This one is going to have to be a manual screw-in process. Before we insert the screws, I would use the screwdriver just to make sure that the silicone... That wasn't a good sound. The hole doesn't line up. The hole doesn't line up, and I think it just cracked the... Oh, no. I can see what part it cracked. It cracked. It cracked right there. That's where it cracked. Wow. I was doing that to get everything aligned. Apparently, if you wipe the wiper blocks with a bit of IPA, it will make inserting them a lot easier. Whatever. They're broken parts, not that big of a deal. It's not going to matter. I do expect better layer adhesion from PCCF, though, so I don't know. That doesn't seem right to me. Yeah, but the screw hole isn't aligned perfectly. Kind of a pain in the butt, but oh well. We'll get this done for you guys here. A lot easier to screw in now. Directed 3D Tech says it's one of the things I dislike about Prusa and the reliance on 3D printed parts. So, there are both schools of thought available here, right? If you don't like, if you wanted an injection molded part and it's still broke, now you're screwed. If you have a 3D printed part and it broke, just reprint it. It's no big deal. Now, I have methylene chloride inside, so I'm going to put a couple of drops of DCM, or dichloromethane, methylene chloride, same thing. I'm going to put some methylene chloride on this when I get inside, and she'll never move. I don't have to worry about it. I'm checking. These don't snug up. I think they're just there as... Yeah, I think they're just there to keep everything aligned. Because, like, they just kind of... There's no threads they go into. They just kind of stop. Okay, whatever. Ah, I see why we need the nuts now. That sucks, because mine aren't in there. And I don't think mine are going to go in there. I'm going to be real honest. Although, wait a minute. This could be the way that you use the nuts. Hold on. This could be the way that the nuts fit in. Work with me here. Work with me here. You following me, camera guy? So, if, and I'm hoping that these are a little tight. They are. Okay. All right. You can do it this way. You can literally just put the square nut or the lock nut in there. They're not loose, but they're not tight either. But they are just tight enough that they'll fit. They'll fit. I think we can do it this way. Holy shnikes, I think we can do it this way. Yeah, okay. So when I said that it should have a printed part, I guess what I really should have been told is shut up and wait. It does. You just haven't found it yet. Oh, the problem's going to be, though, that, yeah, eventually it's going to start to spin. But I guess, like, that's not that big of a deal. I guess. Yeah, like, it's really not that big of a deal if it spins. Oh, crap. It's behind the instructions on the screen. There you go. Sorry. I didn't realize the instructions were literally hiding everything. Sorry. Thank you, Karen. I'm trying to, like, have the instructions up to show you guys, and it doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't have to be tight. Okay, I'm gonna loosen this a smidge. Okay, all right. I can see that. Boy, that's gonna be tough. Because, like, my wiper's really tight on there. I mean, I'll rotate it, but I'm kind of worried it's going to break something. It did. Something got unhappy. I think I pulled some threads through. Eh, it doesn't matter. It's fine. All right. It's funny, people are saying, you know, I didn't have any trouble with the handle, but I struggled with the zip ties. I'm over here struggling with the the bucket and not anything else. That's pretty funny. All right. Now, wait. I don't know if the instructions are on screen right now. No, they're not. Okay. Now we need to do the back covers. So I guess that means we got to rotate the machine. There seems to be a lot more stuff on here, and I feel like, I don't know, man. Yep, the little tiny 4/8s, or the M3x4s. Oh, okay. I don't have the 4s and the 5s mixed up. I don't have them mixed up because I have a thing. PTFE goes inside. No big deal. Some zip ties there. All right. Let's rotate this. You don't want the poop tray so loose the bed hits it. Ask me how I know. Oh, no. All right. Let's get this thing. Oh, I can hear the nuts rolling around in there. I wonder if I just never remove them and that just becomes part of the lore of this machine, is that there's a few M3 nuts in there. As soon as I do this, I think they're falling out. But no, they didn't fall out. Nice. Okay. All right. Let's get the webcam set up for you guys. Then we're going to go to cam only. So you can see that. How's your view look? View looks pretty good. Wants us to take these, huck them inside just to get them out of the effing way, which is fine. So now, literally this cable just kind of friggin' is. All right. I guess I would have liked it to be a little bit better cable managed than that, but eh. All right. Yeah, I guess we're just going to bundle everything together like it shows you. No problemo. I don't think the bundling is necessary, honestly. I think that it is just fine without any major cable management. This is all just going to get shoved back in there. So out of pure posterity, I'll do half. I'll just do 1 instead of 2. And we'll move on. Yep. All of that should be right. I mean, we didn't... Most of these cables, positive and negative, we got that. Thermistors in. Door sensor, I mean, I guess it's there, but I don't use it. I only use it when I go to schools. All that stuff didn't change. We didn't take that out. We've got... here. You can use a handhold turbo air blower fan to push those loose nuts on the bottom. I can, yeah. Whatever. I think I got everything. I have the offset sensor in there. We have the buddy extension cable, which we've got. Yep, okay, we're good. Now it's time to use, I think it's the old, I don't think it came with a new cover. I missed that part. I don't see a new cover, so I'm just going to use the old one. Okay. And we're going to secure it with the M3x4s that we used earlier. Beautiful. These are RTs. So we will swap for that. Grant, what do you listen to with the headphones? Nothing. I am listening to nothing. They're just on in case I get a phone call or something. I can hear it, and that can alert me to my phone, which is currently what I have chat on. I see there's 251 of you here, maybe a little bit more. If you haven't liked the stream, please do. If you're watching this back, obviously remember this is a Founders Edition. It is on every single screen that you see. This is not a Prusa edition. This is not a Bondtech edition. This is an INDX Founders Edition on a Prusa Core 1. Prusa says it's a Bondtech edition, but Bondtech, even though it's not, it's covered in Prusa stuff, but I digress. Old cover and the same screws. Yep, that's what I figured. I didn't see a new one, so. Beauty. Great. Got him. Same deal here. Same panel. Uses, oh, the 2 screws from the inside. That's right. That's right. Yeah, I kind of want to have a grommet there. Not gonna lie, I kind of want a grommet there. Yeah. I don't know. I think I'd rather have a grommet back here, right here. I'd like to have a little grommet or something to keep that wire in touch. I don't feel like it's well. I don't know, sleeved. I don't know the right word for it. Okay, that has to it has to go on one of these 2 sides because this comes up and in, right? Yep, it does. All right, so this has to go on one of these. Remember that USB-C cable I talked about earlier? You have to make sure that that is also properly cable managed. If it's not, you're going to have a bad time. Don't have a bad time. I beg of you. Okay. Boy. I'm sure, like, Shane's over there, like, oh, you know, if you just follow the directions. Oh, I want it to go in the closer one. Well, I put it in the further one. That's fine. And then, yeah, now you have to do it from the front side. And that uses another set of the M4 RTs. This is probably going to be one of the tougher ones to do. I'm going to set the table down a little bit. Oh, Adventure Printing, basic support, member for 5 months, said he resumed his sub. Thank you very much. Greatly appreciated. Could you print one in flexible materials? Yes, yes you can. Absolutely you could. Okay. 1 screw is in. Do that. And screw numero 2 is in. My personal preference would be to have the screws go in from the back side into like riv nuts or something like that on the machine. I understand that's likely asking for quite a bit, but yeah, I mean, I would say even from a kit perspective, having it go to the inside is probably a bit easier. Okay. Bottom puck holders. Huh. Okay. So we got the universal pucks found in the puck bag. What'd you call me? Oh, this part. I am so sorry. Yeah? That bad? Okay. Well, I guess things are about to get tough. But as we all know, when the going gets tough, the tough get going, baby. We're going to make this happen. We have some injection molded parts. Uncommon, but nice to see. We're looking for the big ones. Looks like there are 2 bags of puck holders. These are some really dense injection molded parts. These are very thick. You can see all those little cylinders on the inside of the hexagons. Those are your ejector pins where it's pushed out of the mold. These are really heavy. Oh. These are the spool holders. You need your partner here too. Where is he? I don't have a partner for this. This is just me. I'm all on my own. All right, we're gonna need a bunch of screws. Oh, yep. I can see those. Sub lock nuts. And the spool holder assembly tool. Now, the worst thing is, I'm definitely putting an inbox on this. Like, I'm 100% putting an inbox on this machine. So it's like, this might be a bit of a moot point because I'm just going to put an inbox on it. Okay. Yep. Cool. Yeah, this is where you need the power drill, fam. This is where you need the power drill. Not gonna lie. So yeah, you have to do mirrored versions of it, basically. Yeah. Now, is it gonna be? Are all the ejector pins are on the same side? Ah! I'm a little bit persnickety with stuff like that. We'll go to overhead so you guys can see it a little bit better. Once again, I am doing this in a way that maybe you shouldn't. So, yeah. Shane says no power drill needed. Needed and wanted are two very different things. Needed and wanted are two very different things. All right. Oh, this is one of those, it's like, it's kind of, it's more trying to get the nuts. What nuts? Oh, I see. I see why you guys are saying it's more of an issue to get the nuts in there while blind. I see. I see. Ack. Great movie, Mars Attacks. Great freaking movie, man. There is one movie that I think best embodied the 90s. Mars Attacks. Get to the part with the nut holder jig. Yep. We're just gonna let's send it. Right. Okay. Even out of 2, it's a little much. Let's just go back to the 1. I think the 1 is not going to be enough, though. No, 1 is fine. Wow. Okay. Just be careful with the power drill. Power drill doesn't hold things at the right spot. No, it doesn't. That's okay, though. That's okay, though. I think it... Does it... Remember that it has a clutch? Yeah, okay. Just... Even at a 1, it still requires a bunch of torque to use the clutch. So, just be careful if you're going to use a drill, please. Please, be careful. So that you don't end up having Shane being mad at you. So, the last thing you want is Santa being mad at you. I mean Shane. Same. Is there like... Oh, there is. There's a clocking. There's a clocking thing to this. Okay, so even though it can go on one of 4 ways, there's only 2 pieces here. That's likely just to twist on the spool holders, but I am really persnickety about that kind of stuff. So I'm going to make sure that mine are always up and down. Don't over drill it. Yep. You don't want to, this would be the right term, is over penetrate. Screw that Krampus. My God, I want to come back. When is Krampus this year? Is it going to be around Form Next? Will we be able to do Krampus this year? Still think Prusa should be a part of that Krampus festival in Prague, man. That Krampus festival was just a whole nother thing, man. It was super cool. All right, I'm getting that one started just so I have a bit of an alignment. We're going to grab a second one here. Yeah, I need to get the LDO kit for that. I was going to say, it wants to go in a little sideways, but we're not going to let it. Okay. I'm a little worried I'm going to destroy this bit. This bit feels real soft. Amber blushing at one of the Krampuses was funny as hell. It was, though. It was very funny. It was funny how they picked on her, though. I don't think they picked on me because I had all my camera gear. I think they just picked on Amber because she didn't look like Santa. And she was next to the guy with the cameras. Ow! I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I'm all right. I'm all right. It did not stab me. I'm all right. We're good. Landed like that. We're okay. Knock the drill off. Yeah, we didn't go to, like, the hard... Like, there's 2 areas of the Krampus Festival in Prague. One is, like, for children. Well, it's not really for children. It's, like, for those that don't want to be beaten by the Krampus. Right? Did I already do this wrong? I think I did. Yep, I did. Oh, no, wait. I did 2 the exact same way. We're good. We're good. I'm not as dumb as I look. All right, so I want this like that here. Yeah, we were in the one where they don't come over and actively abuse you. They still beat us with, like, broomsticks and stuff, man. It was weird. But sincerely, an amazing, amazing show. Oh, hey, Steve. What's up, buddy? Steve, I think you're doing this, what, tomorrow? You're starting this with Down Under Phil, I think. I think that's what he said. Well, either way, if you aren't subscribed to Mr. Steve Builds, go subscribe. Steve will be doing this, and here's what I can tell you. Steve was a beta tester for INDX. So if there's anybody that can build this right and not screw it up, it's Steve. But if you made it this far in my... Oh, Phil's kit is delayed. Oh, no. I'm sorry, dude. That's a bummer. Well, whenever Steve has his stream, y'all got to go over there and check it out. Steve really knows what he's doing. Cracked a bit of plastic there, but that's all right. Steve has been a beta tester with Bondtech on the INDX. Steve is just one of the members of the Voron team. He's been present recently at these public events regarding the anti-firearms bills that he's been standing up for the community as a professional in the industry, and we couldn't be more thankful to have an awesome guy with an awesome beard like Mr. Steve Biltz. Hey, Steve, could we shave your beard for Sanjay Border perfecting? I can't do that. There should be a donation amount. We should figure out like a crazy amount. But we would also have to shave Ethan's beard because the two of you have to look identical. I'm sorry. I got to figure out what we're doing this year. I guess this coming year. Nomad's Galaxy says if we're doing beard shaving for Smurf, I'll join in. I'll grow it out. I want to, but then I've also seen when my brother grew his beard out, and no offense, John, it wasn't a good look. It just wasn't a good look. Maybe if I like really took care of it and all of that, I don't know. Steve said Tula's been wanting to do that for a long time. The problem is finding a way to generate donations. Brother, they found a way to generate donations for my hair. Okay? And my hair was nowhere near as iconic as your beard. Okay? Like, come on. Come on. Like, we can do it. We can do it. Okay, this part looks like it's gonna suck. Yeah. On the left side of the printer, so printer left, which is this side here. It's the one with the regular handle. I will rotate the printer. Right, but I really don't want random logo shaved into my chin. Plus not as much room there as your big noggin. That's fair. I don't think it has to, like, literally the logos in the head was like a last minute decision that we had for this. The logos in the head was never like a huge plan. It was just like, we're getting close to the numbers that I wanted to hit. So I said, F it, let's just do it. I don't know. I don't know. All right, remove the... Oh, you're removing the upper screw on both sides. Okay, at least there's that. Yeah, I think what happens with the beard, Steve, is that it's a stretch goal. If it's not a stretch goal, I don't think it works. I think it has to be a stretch goal. Where it's like, hey, if we reach, you know, $10,000, $15,000, $20,000, that it's on the table, right? It just has to be a big stretch goal. I don't know. I got to figure out what to do this year. I haven't exactly gotten to that point yet of like, what am I going to do? I wanted to chat with Tula. We emailed her and I didn't hear back. All right, so these are M3x4 RTs. Wonderful. Wow, I can't undo that one by hand. With the tool, I have to do it by hand. I would say your beard has to be like a $10,000 stretch goal. I don't think it can be anything less than that. Okay, M3x12 goes in. On this side like that. Steve, 50 memberships. Bud. Shane said, after my Santa charity thing, I might be up for shaving for charity. We should do it. Steve dropping another... Steve. I don't want to read them all. Is Steve going to make me read? All right, F it. We'll read them all. Let's go. Let's read every single one of them. Steve Builds, who is an awesome content creator, just dropped 50 freaking memberships. We've got the Happy Extruder, Cephas, sure. Claude, Evil Rainbow, Jammer, HDU4, Julian Close, James Lucas, definitely not Jonkler, Cohen Burt, Warren Kelly, Olean Elsen, Eric Parsons, Jonathan Levant, sure. Sony I Find Leaks, Dr. Weird, Thoughtstorm Keith, Founder 404, DWJ81, Bunny JP Studios, Wrath Doodles, Latch D Raish, XJ Tac, K9HN, Exon Zix, Noir 6625, Skydragon 1966, Jeepo the Wrecker, or Jeppo the Wrecker, Kami Keski, Wontermute, sure, Stephen McElliott, Frank Rourke, Gentleman's Rebellion, Adventure Printing was the thing. Did someone, I just saw someone else send something. Iconic Ceiling, Ampuleash, Sci-Fry, Web Server Star, JW Slaughter, Jesus is King, 0929. Oh yeah, we're still going here. Elios Industries, 1AF Channel, Lucas Mendez, Raven Witch, Banchman, yeah, Winter 6833, Cyber Freak, Unknown Known, Tony P, yes, Robin, Steve is the GOAT, he absolutely is, Fly4 Food 24, JWLDN, sure, yep, I think, yes, okay, and then Wick Custom sent 100, cool. Read Faster Grant, we came here for you to mess up the build. Yeah. Well, you know, if Steve wasn't just an awesome guy, Steve's an awesome guy. It wasn't obvious. Good guy, Steve. We wouldn't have these opportunities. So thank you very much, Mr. Steve Builds. If you're still wondering who the hell this guy is, Mr. Steve Builds, you sorely mistaken. He is, without a doubt, one of the GOATs in this industry. One of my close personal friends. Just got to make sure I have the right fasteners. The greens are the STs. I don't think I took the RTs out of the bag, so let me make sure. Maybe I did take them out of the bag. I did take them out of the bag. They didn't have a home. All right. Okay. Yes, Steve's awesome. TLDR, Steve Builds, great guy. Go subscribe to him if you haven't. Steve is one of only a few content creators that has my personal cell phone number. And if that doesn't tell you about the kind of guy he is, there ain't nothing that I can tell you that will help. I would say just with Steve, don't ask him to help you with ceiling-related projects. I'm told ceilings are quite his kryptonite. Just, yeah. Love you, Steve. Yeah, okay. Great. If you don't know that story, I assume that's a public story. I mean, how could it not be? Ask him on a stream. I just saw the photos and was like, bro, like, you good? Hey, can we time out the regarded guy, please? Mod. I don't even want to say his name. He said something right under Steve Build saying, haha, he needs to go. Yep. He's gone. Boot him. Thank you. Wouldn't ask me to make a coffee. Great. Good thing, because I don't know how to make coffee, because I don't like coffee. Okay, we've got the tool. The thing with the tool is it's orange in the photos. Why is it orange in the photos and not orange in my hands? Bit of a bummer. Yep, I missed a step. I got to take these back out. I didn't remove the rib nuts. If that beard anything under 100K is blasphemy, I agree. Yep, we screwed up. We didn't pull the rib nuts out. So I missed that part. I didn't see where they were marked. 100% on me. No big deal though. Read the manual, they say. It's fine. It's just it's just 4 rib nuts. I'm like, wait a minute, how can I put this in? I still have nylon lock nuts in there, or nylon. They're not even rib nuts. I don't even know what to call them. Nylon hate, I guess. Nylon hate. That's what everyone does. We don't like these. I understand it was a means to an end, but I think the overall consensus is that these kind of suck. Prusa does recommend that you print the tool for it. I still didn't do that. But come on, did any of us expect me to actually do that? I know you didn't. It's true, I was. That's right, I was distracted by Steve's amazing gifts. So you know what? We do the same thing we always do. We accept no personal responsibility and we directly blame Steve Builds. Love you, Steve. All right, let's get this screw back in there. I'm hoping to be able to tune into Steve's build. Steve Build's build, if you will. And Down Under Maker Phil, of course. I'm hoping to tune into their stream to see what a seasoned professional and an Aussie. I don't know if Phil was part of the beta or not. Had I known that building with Steve Builds was an option, I didn't ask. You know, it's one of those, like, if you don't ask, the answer is always no. So like I kind of did that to myself, I guess. But I didn't know that I could have asked Steve to build INDX with him. Well, never mind. I retract that. Given the video on Friday, I'm probably too hot to touch at the moment. And that's fine. That is totally acceptable. Okay, we now have this part, which should have been orange, but it's black. So I would say for Prusa, if this is going to be black, it needs to be black. Oh, we just got memberships. Hold on, let me see. What do we got? 3D Monkey, some 10 memberships. Thank you as well, sir. Raj D, F917, Kali 3D got one. Mr. Grinch, the Hardy SK7311, Percolator, Geek Boy, Good Geeks and Gustavor 7927 all got memberships. Thank you very much, gifters. You all are awesome, giving people access to behind-the-scenes content. So, I would say for this that the orange is absolutely a better color here. I'm not entirely certain why it went back to black, but the orange is absolutely a better color for the sole purpose that this is going to suck to film. Going to suck to film. It's going to be very difficult for people with vision issues to see. Honestly, I'm just going to go back to the main cam because I don't know what this is going to look like. And I'm just kind of worried from a perspective thing. All right. So we got to insert a nylon lock nut, but the non-rubber side has to point outward, which we've got. This is... Wait. Can't I just remove the side panel at this point? Why don't you just remove the side panel here? I would say that this is one of those prime times to just remove the side panel. Hyper says membership has Discord. How do you get in? Just email me and we'll get you in. What did Moonshine in other words? Membership noob here. How do I get gifted membership randomly selected? Oh yeah, it's all random. No, do it like the manual. Okay. F917 says, why didn't you remove the side panel an hour ago? Well, if I did everything the way that I wanted to, we wouldn't be having any fun now, would we, kids? You all can see that, right? Yeah. There's no way you're going to be able to see this on the inside of the machine. My mother is calling me. See? This is why I keep this on my phone. Let's see what's going on. Hey. I'm live right now. No, hold on. Say hi to this. Hold on. All right, now you're on speaker. Say hi to everybody.
Hi. Of course, you know, Mom always calls at the wrong time. She doesn't know your schedule, so.
There is never a wrong time for Mom to call. There's never a wrong time.
Did I ever tell you you were the favorite?
Wow. So there's 233 people here, and they're just spamming the chat with hi, Mom, right now.
Hi, guys. All right. I'll let you go, lovey.
All right. Love you, Mom. Take care.
Bye. Bye.
See, you always answer when family calls. It doesn't matter. You always answer when family calls. And that is exactly why I always wear my headphones. I'm sure she's incredibly embarrassed, but that's okay. If one of the mods wants, if you guys want to meet my mother, she was on a podcast one Mother's Day a while back. So if you would like, one of the mods wants to post that in there, they can. My mother is a lovely lady. She's retired now, which is like, I'm so happy for her. Like, just incredibly happy. I'm so happy. Unfortunately, I haven't talked about this on camera yet, but they did have to put their favorite son down. Drago is no longer with us. So, yeah. Steve said, okay, lunch is over. Have fun with the rest of the build. Take care. See you, Steve. But yeah, my parents' favorite kid is no longer with us. So, I know, not the thing you wanted me to say, but it's what came to mind. How do you get this friggin' part out? Get out! What the heck? It's stuck. So how do you get it out? Use the Torx key. Oh, that's it? It only uses two of the... It only uses two of the three? Why does it only use two of the... Oh, I guess there's no room to get the third one. Well, then why'd I have to pull the pin out? If it's not going to use this bottom hole, why have me pull it out? Yeah, it's been tough for them. We put them down a couple of weeks ago, like a week and a half ago. Now, maybe 2 weeks. It's tough for them. I literally can't get the part out. Oh, okay, the third gets installed later. No, so Jimmy said, is she saying you're her favorite son because you and your twin look the same, or like the same son? No. So it just eventually just pops out? Oh, I'm hitting the table. It doesn't want to come out. I hated this part. Tool stuck, tight corners and stuff. Yeah. But yeah, I don't really know how to really help them. It sucks losing a pet. Like Victoria has been such a part of my life for all these years. I don't even know what we could do. But yes, you know, it's more of a joke, obviously. My brother's got the good government job. I'm the one over here playing YouTuber. Oh, I know exactly why it's stuck. How the heck do they expect you to get it out? It's stuck because it can't come back. It has to come off of the nut, and it can't do that because the friggin' Z-axis is in the way. So I'm gonna have to manually lift the Z. Ah. Okay, I can't manually lift the Z. Yeah. Oh my God, it's so close. So it's stuck in there because the Z is just a little bit too low. Yeah, lifting, I mean, the Z is just really stiff. Why does it not want to move? The back Z-rod does not want to move at all. I'm just going to lower... I know you guys can't really see anything, so I guess let's just do that. This is absolutely binding. There we go. Okay. All right. We're good. We're good. It was binding. We're good now. We're good. All right. I bet now this part, yep, this part just comes right out. Yep, that's why. That was why. Z's got to be higher. Oh. Yeah, Rob Lutter was saying about his wife's cat. Yeah, I mean, it's tougher than people think, man. All right. Okay, we're on top-down plus cams. So there's that. Doing the same thing. We're just doing it on the backside now. I don't know what their plan. I think they got him cremated, obviously, but I don't know if they have like anything special planned. Like if they wanted to, like, you know, if we're gonna make something for him or all that. Oh, that part. What? How in the Sam Hill? All right, the part fell into the machine, so I now have to like give it the old reach around in there to try to get it. See, if the part wasn't black, this would be easier to find. That is such a tight space to work in. I don't think my hand fits. It really doesn't. I can see why you guys told me that I need someone with small hands to do this. This part is very tough. Yeah, no, it's stuck in there. So here, let's just kind of rock it a little bit. Maybe, what's it say? Oh yeah, you guys couldn't see, I'm sorry. Can't really see anything describes my experience with the step. Yeah, no kidding, dude. This one is a bit of Jesus take the wheel moment over here. All right, I got it. I'm gonna pull it back out, take a look at it, put it back in there. Yeah, this is a weird one, I'm not gonna lie. All right, I got it, I think. Crap, I don't have a screw ready. That would have been smart. And it's also really, really low right now. Need some tweezers. No. Yeah, you need extra hands. Careful. There's a lot of dirty jokes in this one. You know, but whatever, man. You know when my mom said that she didn't know that I was streaming? I should say, I thought you followed me on social media. That would have been funny. Oh, what a missed opportunity. Oh, that would have been so funny. What a missed I missed. That was a golden opportunity that I absolutely fumbled. So I have this new URL. What the hell? I'm not clicking that link. Got to be like that HVAC technician video. Yeah. Or, I don't know, someone that works with cows. Okay. Same deal. Other side. Same thing. Oh, it goes to 3D Musketeers. Beautiful. Yeah. No, my mom is great. I wish she would hang out on the channel more often, but she very much enjoys the private life, and well, I've learned better. My mother's Cuban. I know not to disobey her. Like, come on, guys. Would you risk that? I can tell you, you're playing with your own life there. And she was a master marksman, which is like an awesome thing. He said, when I saw .mom and .dad domains were available, I parked them. Yeah, sure you did. Sure you did, homie. Sure you did. All right. So we got to pull off the plastic connectors here like we did last time. Steve, so it still shows me, you know, that Steve gifted 50 memberships. And like, dude, he's dropped so much money on the channel. Like, he's a good guy. I wish I could return the favor. I really do. I am not currently in a financial position to be able to return the favor. But as soon as I am, Steve, I will do everything that I can to return the favor. You've been so good to me and supporting everything that we do here. You're a good guy. Nomad says, one day I'm going to make a lot of money off a specific community, not 3D printing related. Yeah. Oh, Hendrick's here. Hi, Hendrick. Look at him, Mr. Checkmark. Look at Hendrick and his check mark. Hell yeah, dude. I didn't know you had a check mark. Congratulations. If you don't know who Hendrick is, you're doing yourself a disservice right now. He is the master of electroplating in this community, who is also a content creator. Since there's nobody else that's really doing it, I'm technically correct, which is the best kind of correct. Hendrick is an awesome guy. I highly recommend, if you are interested in seeing like next level work with your 3D printers, you go check out his channel. Really, sincerely, a genuinely nice guy. F917 says, get a Bondtech affiliate link. Yeah, dude, if only. If only. But yeah, go check out Hendrick's channel. If you don't know him, he's a great gentleman. I am being asked to speculate on the differences. I cannot comment on differences between the kits at this time. Sorry. There are specific reasons that I cannot comment on the differences, and you are welcome to disseminate why I can't comment. Part of it is because I just, you know, I can just give you nothing but crap information, because otherwise it's just speculation, and, you know, we're hard fact kind of people out here. Matt's Makerspace is here too. Hey, Matt. Alrighty. Just going to align that up vertically. Going to come over and do the other one now. Florida, facts first. That's, you know, why I'm not saying anything. The state's not known for being accurate, is it? Go watch John Oliver's piece on New College if you're curious. I'm sure he's done a piece on Ron DeSantis too at some point, but New College is just a disaster. All right, for this next one, I kind of already know what we're doing. Yeah, we're doing that. So quite frankly, I'm just gonna go to that because having the webcam here doesn't help you guys. All right, we're doing that. We're doing the front one first. Sweet, sweet, sweet. Steve builds. Bop, bop, bop. Hendrik says, I switched to Powerade and then to Japanese food ink. That's the best. How was Japan, dude? I really wish I could have made it. We ran into some financial hardships before that trip and kind of messed things up, unfortunately. Was Japan everything that I hoped it would have been? I was hoping that... Well, okay, just because of Yuto alone, or Psycho 3D, I forget how his username is done over on Twitter, but I mean, he makes Japan the best. I should ask Steve that too. I missed you too, dude. Hendrik said he missed me. Missed him too. Yeah. Bummer Runeskis. All right, got that one. I gotta do the top one. Yuto rocked the show so hard, dude. I bet he is a gem to this industry. There are a few gems, right? You're a gem. Steve is a gem. Oh, son of a diddly. Who else? I mean, you can't forget about Joel. Joel's a friggin' gem and a half, man. Friggin' Danny, Neokoi Prince, absolute gem. I'm trying to think of like other people that are just like super freaking cool dudes. Like Nero, can't forget my boy Taylor. Canuck Creator. We got a lot of good gems in here. All right. See you, Hendrik. Hopefully we'll see you at an upcoming show in the future, boss man. Be safe, dude. It's always good. It's always good having you hang out for a second. I need like extra movement on my hands to do this. I can understand why everybody said what they said. It's not aligned right. It's like crazy. I'm in vacay, sneaked out to be on the stream. Buddy, I appreciate you stopping in. You didn't have to sneak out. Enjoy your vacation. Ow! Something under there is really sharp. Oh, they're screws. Something on the underside. I don't think it cut me. I'm all right. I'm all right. Oh, I think I got it. Amber, is this what it's like to put a pick line in? You just kind of like hoping you got it. You're just like, and then eventually it just goes and you're like, yeah, I got it. Because that's kind of how this feels. Not gonna lie. I feel kind of like an idiot right now. All right, it's in. Oh my gosh. Okay, you guys weren't wrong. Wait, that's only 4. I have 4 more to do. Yeah. Tilting the printer. Fam. No. Why do we need to do that? Is that like immediately necessary? The top is worse? The top is worse? Bro, this was already pretty tough. All right, well, no better time than the present. Because the nuts are on the bottom. Oh, nuts. Yeah, I want to skip this because I'm doing inbox, but I won't be able to do test prints for you guys without this, so kind of need to do it. I will likely leave this on even with the inbox. Quite frankly, they're great places to hold the printer from. But I'm going to attempt to not hurt the printer. Okay, I see how these need to go together. Okay, to do that correctly, that has to go like that on that side. All right, more drilling. So I'm not certain if I did this earlier or I didn't, or if I missed it. I might have just missed it accidentally, but we have to do more of the drilling. Hold on, I'm recording Grant's groans and getting a glass to collect his tears. I'm not going to say mean things. I could. You should know Shane is not a mean guy. Shane is one of the nicest people that most of you will ever meet. And I hope if you do get the opportunity to meet Shane, and hopefully he goes to Printopia, aka East Coast Rep Festival. Shane normally goes to those. I hope he goes this year. We'd love to see him. He is one of the nicest guys that I've ever met. Quite frankly, I think Prusa's lucky to have him. I'm not even certain they understand how good of a staff member they have with Shane. I have to pay him when he says these things to throw people off. Nah, Shane is a great human. Shane also does a charity live stream. We're doing it, I think, when is it? Like second week of October, I think is when we're doing it. It is the 1440 Makers. It is a 24-hour live stream that he puts on. I will be in there. I know Wexter will be in there. I'm apparently emceeing an event, but I don't know which one to MC. Oh, I just got some plastic in my eye. We're okay. Yeah, I'm like emceeing or whatever, one of the panels. I told him, I said, look, as many as you need me to do, I'll do them. Just tell me which ones you want. And then he's like, well, you know, whichever ones you want. I'm like, brother, just tell me which ones you want me to do. But yeah, Shane does the 1440 Makers. We've raised tens of thousands of dollars for charities like World Central Kitchen. I think we're doing WCK again. They're a great charity. One of my favorites. Yes, because someone keeps telling me whichever one I want. That's fine. Brother, if you told me that you wanted me to run the whole thing, I'd do it. I am happy to go out of my way to do charity work for this community. I have no issues with it whatsoever. It is something that is very near and dear to my heart. I've done a lot of fundraising in my life, as a lot of you know. Yeah, okay, WCK has been the most successful. Yeah, they're currently in Venezuela. They do the work that they do, man, they don't care about the laws. They just say, well, we'll deal with the repercussions later. We're gonna get in there and get help to where people need. And yeah, yeah, it's pretty awesome. I don't know. It is fun to do good work with good charities and to hang out with good people while I'm doing it. Just screwing in some screws. I know this is like the boring part, but well, at this point, why are you guys looking at that? Just look forward at me. There's really no reason not to have the forward bit with me here. Okay, still alive. We can turn off the top thing. You don't need that. Did I do that correct? Yes. That one goes here, that one goes here. That one goes there, and that one, so it needs to be on this side. Like that. Popping back in, looks like she's coming together nicely. Yeah, GP3 designs definitely have some sort of like, you know, bit driver, or I mean, an LTT screwdriver would even be fine here. Just something with a ratchet in it, because otherwise, man, wrist is going to hurt more than, you know, that one day in your teens. We don't talk about that, though. I think these holes could have been a little bit bigger. I don't think this needs to bite. Whoops. I say that as I tip it over and one of the screws fall out because I didn't have it screwed in all the way. Someone says, anyone know how high the top hat is? I have a Core 1L on a shelf above it. Might need to move the shelf. Once I get it installed, I will let you know. But right now, I don't. Well, actually, hold on. Here's the top hat. Top hat kind of goes like that. Do I have... I saw a tape measure. Yeah, I got a tape measure. I think this is only an SAE tape measure, so I'm sorry. Yep, it's only SAE. It is under 6 inches tall, so it is under 150 millimeters. If you have 150 millimeters above the machine, in theory, you, sir, are good to go. Okay, it does say to tip the printer over. I'm just not going to do that. I really don't trust this table to hold the printer. I'm going to be quite honest with you guys. And not have it slide off on me. So, Lord Skippy says, dude, you're still building. At this point, Prusa should pay you by the hour. Well, hey, maybe they should. Instead, they actually tried to not let me do this, but whatever. Yeah, the top hat is vacuum formed. Why is it so involved? Well, it's not that involved. I think it's a lot of steps. I think this is well within the average maker's abilities. The instructions so far are really, really good. Some of the stuff is a little fiddly, but the cool thing is a Founders Edition. So the Prusa edition that will follow this, in theory, is quite a bit better. So they're kind of watching how, you know, certain people interact with... Why is this going into the bottom? Oh, it's for the bottom screw. Oh. Oh. Right. Guess we can't do that. But yes, the Prusa edition should be better, I think. So we do have to tilt the printer over. I really don't want to do that. I'm going to be real honest with you guys. I don't have the table space for that. Stanley asked if there's any updates. Nothing that feels worthwhile to share, to be honest. So I didn't think that there was going to be lower ones here. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of this. I think this is suboptimal, but whatever. We'll just do it real quick. Just get it in. What the heck? If I didn't make Nomad nervous before, I'm definitely making him nervous now. There we go. I think I got it. Didn't you read the manual prior to start the build? Hell no, I didn't read it. You guys think I made a time or something? All right. I mean, it's on there. It's not very tight, but it's on there. Okay. I don't like that step. That step is very, very complicated. Like, I'm almost tempted to use riv nuts for this. Like, I almost think riv nuts are a better choice. Although, of course, I heavily recognize that very few people have riv nut guns. Oh, I found an error. Well, actually, it was with what I got. I've got a nylon lock nut with no piece of nylon in it. That's funny. That happens. Yeah, everybody said this part sucked. Florida man should always have time for shenanigans. Yeah, honestly, if I read the manual prior to doing all this stuff, I'd be prepared. This would be like a perfect stream. You guys would have nothing to laugh about because nothing would go wrong. Do you honestly want that? We both know you don't. So don't lie to me and say that you do. I appreciate that there is an installation tool for this. However, honestly, it was probably fine. Oh, crap. It didn't go in. This one is much harder to align. Oh, my neighbor just fired up his big block Camaro that he built. I can hear it. It's a nice car. Huh. All right, aligning this other one is absolutely a challenge. Even like, Yeah, double check the arrows pointing up, which it is. Here, we'll do mate overhead for you guys. I think he's getting his son into lawnmower racing. His younger son, they've been souping up a lawnmower to make it go real fast, but it doesn't have a deck. So I think they're doing lawnmower racing. And you know what? That's just the right amount of redneck for this area. I can understand why Prusa wants you to lay it down. I think if you have the space to do it, laying it down can be useful. However, I think this part is quite obtuse. My issue is like trying to get everything aligned, because there's something like blocking stuff. I think a longer nylon rivet would have worked. How long do you think it will take you to do this? I don't know, man. Longer than it probably takes you. I am not fast at this stuff, and well, slow is fast and fast is clean. All right, isn't that the saying? Dude, just lay it down. This table's very slippery, and I'm concerned if I do, it will just slide off the front of the table, and then we're in a whole nother bag of hurt, and that's not what I want to do. So instead, I'm just going to hold it. At least for right now. All right, I think I know what the problem is. Yeah, all right, F it. I think I just have to lay it down. It's starting to hurt my back. My table's, it's not very big. I'm just gonna lay it on its side, just like straight on its side, and I'll have it lean off the end of the table a little bit. What is it hitting? Oh shit, it's hitting the ones on the other side. Pardon my French. Well, all right, I guess it's not gonna move now. All right, well, I don't have to worry about it now. Sorry, didn't mean to curse. Happens. We're all big boys and girls here. I think if you've made it this far, you're probably an adult. At least you don't have to configure Clipper after. Yeah, that's totally fair. The nut's threaded. Like, I'm like, is the nut not threaded? Yeah, 3DP Iceland says doing the stream at the same time is like 2 to 3 times longer. Yeah, no kidding. Oh, hey! Hey, the nut's not on my tool anymore. I guess that's kind of good and kind of bad. All right, that means we've caught it, in theory. Why is it just spinning? Oh, probably because... if I put a filament box under it, it will slide. So there's really not much I can do about it. For right now, I am going to find it with a pair of needle nose. I'm going to grab onto the nut, and I'm going to tighten it that way. Understand this is not the primary way of doing this. Well aware of that risk. Okay. Probably good enough. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's fine. Okay. All right. Okay. Sorry, I know I'm saying all right and okay a lot. It's just like how my internal thought process monologue goes. Oh. I know it is, from a professional speaking standpoint, a bad thing to do. Okay, I gotta... Oh. Okay. Bro. This part sucks. There has to be a better way. I mean, the better way is inbox. Right? If you are frustrated in this, like I am, Sander has the inbox, INBXX, the inbox. I would highly recommend that you do this. Highly, highly, highly recommend. This is a very, very difficult part, and quite frankly, isn't even technically necessary, right? Like, you don't need to do this. You can put the spools anywhere that you want. I do wish Prusa would do something, and hate me later, but akin to the AMS light from Bamboo. Just give me like 2 AMS lights, one on each side. I think that would be a bit of a better user friendliness for the end consumer. You don't need, it's more so for the design of it. You don't even need the motors and stuff. That kind of, motors are nice, but it is what it is. But just having, it shouldn't require you to do this much work to put these on. That's all. Whatever. Okay. Like, if we went to Riv Nuts, this would be like a billion times easier. Like a billion. All right, I did those two. It now wants you to do the other two. Does that make sense, though? Yeah. Okay. I got ahead of myself, I guess. I don't know, man. I just got to spin it around. Sorry, this is... This is, I don't know. It's a little it's more frustrating than I was expecting it to be. And I think that's the main killer. Because, like, I'm not even certain that bottom screw is needed. Like, it's not going to provide any structural rigidity. Because, like, that screw really isn't going to provide any extra strength. I just drank some water. We're good. I don't think these bottom screws are actually going to provide you with extra strength here. Like, this isn't like a pulling dynamic load. This is a static downward load. Like, the screws that matter are the top ones. I mean, even the bottom one's not that big of a deal. I don't think, like, if you decide you don't want to do the underside screws, I don't think it's that big of a deal. I don't think it's that big of a deal. My personal thought on this, I don't think it's that big of a deal. And, yeah. That's what I got to say, I guess. I don't think it's that big of a deal. Well, it's not that it bothers me that much. It's that I know if I struggle on it, someone who might be watching this stream is also like, you know, what the hell? I can't figure this out. Like, if you decide that you just want to skip this part, I don't think it's that big of a deal. Now, I'm not a structural engineer. Quite frankly, I'm not an engineer at all. But I'm an average person that says, you know, I think it's all right. For the sake of trying to do this as close to the right way as possible, I'm just going to do it. But, like, to give you an idea, it is so hard to align everything. Yeah, like, trying to find where that specific screw needs to go really sucks. Because it doesn't want to line up. Just worried I'm going to scratch the frame doing that. I happen to really like the anodizing on these machines. So if you're sitting here doing this yourself too, and you're like, this sucks, you know, I won't tell on you, but I know you'll tell on me. This part was orange. I could actually determine when it's where I need it to be, because it would go from something that is orange to something that is not. I don't think it's right. Okay. I can see it. I just put a flashlight in there so I could see what I was looking for. Oh, you guys can't see me either. So here, let's do that. Sorry, I thought you could see me. You can't. Didn't realize you couldn't see me. Frankly, just turn that on too. So I'm using my flashlight to align the threads. I think I got it. No. What the heck? No, I did get it. It's just spinning. It's just spinning in the part, or... me see. Yeah, that's the one it needs to go in. Am I just being an idiot here? I might just be an idiot. Yeah, this tool should be in orange. It would help people do this part. Yeah, this tool just wants to spin. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the tool. I am not a fan of the tool. And again, like, that kind of proves to me that this part really doesn't matter all that much. Because if it's not tight, it's really not going to hold a lot of force. Like, that's not even in the right spot. I really don't care. It'll figure itself out. All right. Easiest way to do it is just to put it where you can see it. We're going to line it by eye and then send her home. I feel like it should be a harder material. You know, that's not a bad idea either. A harder material or something. Or maybe just not lock nuts, you know? Maybe just not a lock nut. I don't think a regular nut's going to come out. Or give us screws with pre-done Loctite on it and use a regular nut. I would think that the Prusa edition should have a new side panel. I mean, ideally it would have that, or just something that had friggin' whole. God bless. You know, maybe this would be a time for this tool. Can I get this tool in here? Their little wrench. Bet I could. I can. Yeah, I can. Okay. If you want to use their tool, you can fit it in there. It will fit. If you want to use their tool to kind of tighten everything up, it does fit. But I would reiterate that I don't think that this part is under a lot of stress or strain, at least for this particular screw. So if anything, it's purely there for alignment purposes. Yeah, honestly, it was pretty close to begin with. It was pretty tight to begin with. I don't think it's that big of a deal. Again, I happen to think that these pieces are a little superfluous, personally. All right, I did all this. I did that. I accidentally already did that. I did that accidentally. I did that accidentally. I did that accidentally. Okay. 2 more. I'm gonna run out of these nuts, unfortunately. I dropped one. I should have some behind me. Okay. Well. Oh, I didn't take the rivets off of this side. This is the side I didn't do yet. That's funny. All right, so we will do overhead with the webcam for you guys. Ack! I keep scratching the frame. Yeah, I would print the part. Sorry, I'm getting a little stressed. You might be able to see I'm shaking a bit. I'm getting a little stressed on this. I did not expect to encounter that many issues. It's funny because everybody freaking warned me. Everybody warned me about this. And I thought I was prepared. Right? But I would say that when the bulk of the community says there's something wrong with the design, I think the design could go back into engineering. Now, was this the Occam's razor answer? Sure, but I don't think that Occam's razor actually works here. The issue that I'm running into, one, is I can't see the effing black part. I just, it's very difficult to see, and it's a little frustrating. But two is that if the top only needs 2, then why does the bottom need more than 2? Oh no, I'm shaking because it's not a blood sugar thing. Don't worry, I'm okay. Ack. No, it's adrenaline because I'm trying to do this right for you guys, and I get frustrated when I run into challenges like this, especially when oh my God, especially when I don't have an answer for you all. I think this might be easier to come in from the back side. Yeah, don't install this from the front side, install it from the back side. It's like significantly easier in my opinion. Where's the part? Oh, son of a diddly, mine's backwards. Are my nuts on the wrong side too? Nope, I just inserted it the wrong way. Yeah, it wants you to insert it from the front side, it looks like. Oh no, it does want you to go in from the back side. Okay, I'm just stupid and misread the photo. Sure. This one isn't too bad since you're aligning 2 at a time. I also think the pressure of having to do it on camera is tougher than most people think. Yes, I know I signed up for this. I didn't have to do it live. But if I have to do it anyways, why not share it with you guys, you know? It's otherwise, it's just not any fun. Mad Cat says, hi, I'm at work. Hi, Mad Cat at work. Okay. There is a little lip that it can get hung on. But I'm not certain that lip is enough. It's I almost want more, but I don't have it, you know? I would think that, and I know they're expensive, so I know this is a bit of an ask, but I think we could get away from the nylon lock nuts if we used some screws, a little bit of blue Loctite on it. I'm good on the bathroom. I already took a little bit of water. I know you guys appreciate that we do it live, so that's why I do it. Do it for you guys. All right, so that one's not tightening. The top one's not tightening. It's just spinning in the mount. I definitely agree. I don't remember who said it earlier, but that I'd like a harder material for that. I agree. A harder material for that would be great. I mean, geez, quite frankly, even come on now. There we go. Is that one too big? Heck. Even a an injection molded, like, nylon part would be fine here. These are just, they're not tight enough, and it's bothering me how loose these are. I don't think you've got good access to them. And the plastic part is starting to waller out, so. Mad Cat, don't send ice. We don't like ice. All right, this isn't working. I'm like coming up with a way to do this. Does this have a nut? It does have a nut driver. But this is requiring me to go off-site with tools, but I'm going to do it. All right, I'm making an executive decision here. Get yourself a little toolkit. It doesn't have to be a fancy one. Mine was literally like $3.50 on Amazon haul, okay? It wasn't expensive. Find a bit driver that fits these. It looks like the 5.5 fits, because that's going to be the best way to do this from the backside. You'll be able to like use the tool to get it installed, like get it in there, and then you just use a nut driver to tighten it, man. Just use a freaking nut driver. Like, it takes 3 effing seconds. I was doing my best to say we're not going to use outside tools, but nope, that's it. So it can be, this one is literally, it was so cheap. I could probably crush this metal with my hands. Go get yourself a nut driver. It will make all of the difference at this part. It is well worth a couple of bucks to have. Please, please. All right. We now need to do it again that way. All right. No big deal. Okay. So get a socket wrench that fits the nylock. Yeah, that's acceptable too. Get a socket, you have more space. Yeah, a set of sockets would be fine too. Honestly, whatever you're freaking comfortable with. Just, at this time, I cannot recommend. See, if it was orange, I could see the damn, I don't know what I would do differently. I just know that I would do something differently. This part is complicated. It is complicated, it is difficult. And if you get frustrated and say, F it, I'm gonna buy an inbox. Oh my God, I know what would help. Magnets. Put some friggin' magnets in this. Let me install a couple of magnets in here so it sticks to the friggin' frame. That is literally what this, it needs a magnet. It needs a friggin' magnet. That is what this needs. This tool needs, it needs to be a different material. I'd like to see it in a stronger material that doesn't just waller out. I don't think PETG was the right material for this. But a freaking magnet so it sticks to the frame would be so good. So good. Just, you know, personal recommendation there. I can see why everybody said, yeah, have a pair of small hands and all that. I'm like, well, why do I need that? I thought they were just trying to tell me that I needed to do the build with Amber. And I'm like, I don't think Amber wants to do this build with me. Amber's not as comfortable on camera. And quite frankly, most of you are degenerates and make her feel uncomfortable. Okay. I think I got that. Yeah, having a magnet that would, like, once I get it in place, will kind of keep it from falling if I have to reposition my hands. It doesn't even have to be a strong magnet. It doesn't have to be strong enough that, like, the thing never moves. I just need it strong enough so it has a tendency to not slide. I think that would be a bazillion times easier. And you know what? That nut driver is not going to fit back here. So I would say get a nut driver, some sockets. Go get a decent set of hand tools if you don't have one yet. Yeah. Oh. I thought the top one was on. It is not. The bottom one is, which is very funny. The top one's not installed. That's super duper funny. This is going to suck. I now have to re-find the bottom one. Okay, I got it. It's on there. Well, I got to re-find the bottom one so I can screw the top one in. Yeah, nothing personal. It's fine. Hire a kid? No. It's funny. It didn't spin on that side. I don't know. I don't like the tool. I'm not certain that I have, like, I don't know if I have useful feedback here. I want to have a bit of useful feedback, but why is there a fan here? Oh, it came off the next root. I'm not certain that I do. I think my useful feedback right now is just, I don't know what I want different. I just want it different. Definitely a magnet in there. I would prefer it to be orange or a color that's not black, okay? A color that is easier to see than black, because I think black is a little tough to see, especially when the rest of the machine is black. If the rest of the machine was orange or whatever, I can totally understand that. But in fact, it is not. It's a difficult segment that could use revision. It works, but it could be improved. Yes, that's the nice way of saying it. The mean way of saying it is buy a friggin' inbox, because that is truly not something you want to put yourself through. I am also out of M3 lock nuts. Good thing I have a few more here. I'll put a few more into my bin. Mine are white. Prusa's are blue. Those bins come from my buddy Amos. His name is Amos, but he goes by Amos, or Amos Industries, I think is what he goes by on printables. But it's the Harbor Freight Storehouse bins, and I would look for Amos. All right, so another thing to point out. Oh, God bless it. The picture, that you guys can't even see. You guys can't even see the picture. The picture that's on screen, it tells me that I'm supposed to, like, insert it from the side here if I'm just looking at the photo, but very clearly you can't. You actually have to come in from the back side of it and install it, which I still ended up dropping it. Go figure. Yeah, it's still... None of these really present ways that I would say, this is the way I like it. But the cool thing about Prusa is that I have faith in them. Now, I know the designs for these spool holders are pretty much not going to change. right? The spool holders themselves not going to change. And the reason I know that is they're injection molded. Once you spend the money to get an injection mold, you're not changing it. So instead of changing the parts, we have to look at this a different way. Now, if we weren't going to change the part, if we were looking at changing the part, I actually have some feedback that I think might be valuable on that, but it's an injection mold. You don't change injection molds, they're too expensive, right? You know, you're expecting like $150,000 to $200,000 to do an injection mold like that. I think the big thing is like this little lip here isn't as positive as I would like it to be. It doesn't lock all that well. The plastic is a little soft. Yeah. I don't know. I am totally willing. That's funny. It says A10 on theirs, but mine says E1. But I am totally willing to work with Prusa to try to solve this. I just don't know what that looks like. Now, like Karen says, don't forget to like, subscribe, share. How many total hours are you on track to finish? I don't know how much more I have left. Oh, it's Maker Faire Orlando. Hey, guys. I didn't even read the name. Did Prusa get back to you guys yet? I don't know if they did. They should have. Dang it, Bobby. I think the table has to go down for me to grab it a little bit easier now. Yeah, and probably a little bit closer to me. Not yet. Hey, Anthony. I don't know if you're in here, but if you are, boss man, Anthony, get back to the Maker Faire people if you haven't. No? Okay. Wait. Where'd the part go? Oh, it somehow ended up at the front of the printer. I'm like, what the hell? Well, I mean, try to get back to them. Please? Because I think they should have emailed you. I think that's what we discussed at ISTE. I gave them your email. I might have misspelled it, though. All right. Worst comes to worst, Maker Faire Orlando. You guys have my email. So if it goes another couple of days, well, actually, Prusa's going to be going to open source, so I don't know if they're going to be accessible. But if it goes another couple of days, let me know. And if something happens, and I will do my best to get you to the right people. Because I would like to have Prusa there. I think having Prusa represented at one of the largest maker shows in the Southeast United States is a good thing for the community. The Maker Faire Orlando is one of the more interesting maker fairs. It's one of the last ones that's like also has vendors. Now, the thing that kind of irks me about the vendors, like a lot of them are selling the 3D printed dragons. They're selling slop, right? Like, I get it. It's what sells, but it doesn't mean I have to like it. But yeah, we went last year. I'd love to work with Maker Faire Orlando, do some content this year. Meetups or something like that. I don't know. Something. We can do something. All right. We're moving on. We did it. We did it. We got past the dreaded docks. Buy an inbox. Ah! Oh my gosh. All right, now we're on to the next step. We need the tool dock fan bag, which includes the blower. The part, it includes a screw. So that includes 2 screws. It does not include 2 screws, it only includes 1. Verify, just 1 screw. All right, there is another note. We do have a missing part. We are missing one of the 2 M3 by 35s that are apparently supposed to be in the bag. And you might say, Grant, nope, it only has 1. Unless there's another tool dock fan bag. I don't see any of that yet. Let me see if it's in one of the actual fastener bags. No. No. Nope. Okay. So yeah, it is missing a M3 by 35 from the tool dock fan bag. I happen to have spares, so I'll just grab one from the bin behind me. But, that is something that we need to make note of. That is right. No, you aren't crazy. It's, yeah, they either messed up the manual or the kit. Well, we'll find out. I have the second one now, so we'll see what we need. We need one of an M3 by 25. And we need a... You guys can see. Yes, okay. We also need the M3 by 8 RT. Oh, sorry, we need a square nut. My bad. That's the last square nut that I have. Hopefully there's not any more than that. Okay, the square nut goes into the square hole. Pretty much perfect. Don't need to do anything there. Whoops. Okie dokie. We need, oh yeah, I mean, it's going to be what it's going to be. There, it is missing a screw. So, and that is from the kit itself. This bag, however, is enclosed, which is interesting. That goes in, but before you put the fan in, you need to put the 35mm screws. Both of those need to go in first. Then the fan. The fan gets tightened down with the 25. That makes sense. I imagine I'm not the only one that's had the missing part. Let me check the comments, see what the comments say. Yep, a lot of people are saying the same thing. And yes, the 35mm screws are missing from the third photo. That is a valid point that someone put in the comments. Minor, but valid. Since I've been tracking all the screws, I know it's not a screw that we, like, randomly picked up somewhere else. Okay, on the back side of this board, here, we're then going to plug it in. This could not be a more simple board. It appears to be just a straight friggin' board. Real simple. Connectamundo, and your Gucci, fam. I think is what I'm supposed to say. Have that in there. Secure it in place with the Torx screw that looks like it's going to go into plastic. Since it is on a circuit board, I will do that one by hand. I don't want to trust the circuit board to be done by something other than my hand. Okay, just to be finger tight there. Then I'm going to route the fan. Plug her in. Beauty. Okay. You remove the... Oh, we're on the right side of the printer, so that's a plus. Oh, but you guys can't see it. Okay. We're going to remove 2 screws. I don't even know if you'll be able to see that anyways. Yeah, you're not going to be able to see it. Yeah, there's no chance you can see that. I'm sorry. But I can definitely see how this is going to install. We remove the 2 by 30s. For that, I will go back to the power drill because it is removing, not installing. Well, I can probably do it with the electric screwdriver. Let's see. We want to remove the far ones on both sides. So. Oh, they don't come out very far. Okay. Welp. That's okay. Okay. Great. They're both out. Well, they're both loose. I'm now going to use my flush cutters to kind of grab it and pull it out, I guess. Or at least I'm going to friggin' try. Okay, got one of the M3x30s. Oh, almost got the other one. Okay. I got the 2 M3x30s out. They're going to go into my parts bin. We are going to take the wire and we're going to plug it in as requested. I legitimately don't know why we didn't try to do this from the other side of the printer. Like, okay. Boy, that is tight work in there. Tight work. Yep. Not going to be able to use an electric screwdriver on this one. I will go ahead and turn off the instructions real quick so you guys can see. Okay, I'm going to see. That one's behind the fan. So yeah, you have to use the ball end key here. You have to use the ball end key. You don't have a choice. So you're not going to be able to access it otherwise. Woo! Good thing you got that ball end hex key in here. Otherwise, that won't work, homie. That won't work. So we've been streaming for 4.5 hours. We've been on and off the grid for energy. And I don't know, this looks weird. I want to point out, we've been off the grid for 1 hour and 35 minutes of the 4.5 hours we've been live. Okay, we got that installed. Oh, Haribo time. Go figure. Oh, cool. All right, now it's time for the for the front. That's exciting. Whoop. Oh, God. I'm going to take a sit break here real quick. Go through some comments. Oh, God, my back hurts. I don't know. You got like 5 minutes. Ask me anything in the chat. I just need a couple of minutes here. But feel free to AMA in the chat. The home stretch. Yeah, it feels odd because, like, there's still quite a few pieces. Well, these are from Core 1. Yes, there's like, I don't know. It feels odd. Still feels like there's a lot of pieces that are going to be complicated. But yeah, ask me anything. How big are platypus eggs? As big as they need. Wait, no. Platypus don't lay eggs. They're, right? Aren't they mammals? Was going to ask about my back. Yeah, my back sucks right now, man. Any test prints or just the assembly? I mean, we have to do something. I don't know what. We have to do something. Does your EcoFlow try to update mid-use? No! Do you know why my EcoFlow doesn't try to update mid-use? Because it's not on the internet and it can't update. The only way that I can talk to it is over Bluetooth. And even then, they can't do anything. Like I've told you guys, I have a lot of devices that connect to the internet. Very few of them are actually connected. Only mammal that lays eggs. Oh, well, I don't know how big they are. It's as big as they need to be. How many more INDX kits are you going to install this year? Hopefully at least one more. There's an 8-tool benchy on printables. That's a little excessive. How's the container extension coming along? It is paused. I've been in some discussions with a concrete 3D printing company, but currently their numbers are a little high. It's about $200 a square foot to do it. So I'm trying to find a concrete 3D printer manufacturer that wants to kick us a unit, whether that's permanently or we get to keep it for 6 months, whatever. And then we build the building. But the containers, the cost has skyrocketed. I can only imagine why. And yeah. Something that was $4,500 is now close to $7,000. And I need 3. Now, I can go and get, so these are the 5-door containers. They have 4 doors going down one side. Very useful for what I want to do. I don't need it, but it is my preference to have it. Yeah. Now, some of them come up at the local auctions, so I might be looking to bid on those auctions. Recently, some sold in like the $5,500 range at auctions. Yeah, so yeah, it builds my colo, yes. Making awesome this Sunday, in theory, yes. Designed a similar system for Mercury Zero printer now. I just need to print and program. Yep. Metal building is literally cheaper, and it's annoying even with concrete. Not for me, I don't think. Especially when you add the engineering drawings, the permits, and all of that. But yeah, it's unfortunately kind of on hold. Yeah. It's a bummer. I'm honestly not certain what to do about the expansion, because like we are out of room. I kind of need more space right now to like produce content properly. I really do want like a dedicated, even if it's like an 8-foot by 8-foot space to shoot content. I think I can be better at doing content for you guys. So yeah, I don't actually know. How many staff do you have at work? So staff is a very odd question. We have, I think we're up to 13 or 15. It's not 14 anymore. I know we lost one, we gained one, but I don't know if we lost an, I don't know. Somewhere between 13 and 15. I haven't taken a head count, but they're contractors. They're independent contractors. So editors, engineers, copywriters, Mad Cat is one of them. Yeah, we have a whole slew of people on our team that do different tasks, and yeah, a lot of them work remote. There's no reason for them to come on-prem currently. Concrete is not expensive at scale. Drawings come with most buildings already. I found a guy who works with, I'll talk to you. I found a guy who works with creators. Cool. Tarzman's my brother, for those that didn't realize. That's my brother, Jonathan. I mean, I'd be down. Talon Tech says, you kidding me? Doing things the legal and correct way prices people out of doing product and just pushes them to the black market and future headaches. All lies, don't believe it. Are we talking about construction job, concrete and stuff? Yes. So originally we were looking at like just doing a few shipping containers. I still like that idea because it makes them mobile if I want to move somewhere. Like if I want to go to a new location, you know, let's say we just kind of outgrow this home, or I get a good deal on another piece of property, whatever, just pick up the containers, move it, and you're gone. The steel building stays behind, so it's a sunk cost for me, which I'm not a huge fan of, and I'm not going to recoup that investment into that steel building. If we do a container, you just pick the son of a gun up, move it, drop it back down, but they're very expensive. So, yeah. Mad Cat's Technical Writer, looking for articles when our webmaster updates the site. Hey. Actually, I need to talk to you about that. We should work together on that at some point. Alrighty, dighty. Let's get jumping, jiving. We need to get the 8 index tool holders found in the tools bag. We also need to get the thimbles found in the tools bag. I think everything just found in the tools bag. I'm ready to help build your wiki whenever you want to start pulling the trigger. You're not using the magnetic plate stuck to the file cabinet? No, because there's crap on it. There's already stuff in it, and I don't want to contaminate the work that I'm doing here with the work that I was doing last with it. So, yeah, no, I'm not. Humidity is not your friend for containers in Florida. I know. Actually, Maker Faire Orlando, do you guys have any connections on containers, especially the 5-door ones? I would exceedingly appreciate a referral if you got one. Oh, the magnets are already installed in here. That's interesting. Oh, these are the pieces that people say can fail. But yes, humidity is going to be an issue. Email me about this because I have some things to talk to you about the containers that might actually help you guys with what you're doing too. It's a special paint. Email me about it. I know you have my email. Just email me about it. We'll talk. We close to the finish line. I hope so. I hope so. We're going to need a bunch of springs, which our springer things are all in here. Both the large and the small. I really am not looking forward to this part because I think I'm going to lose some springs. Just in my mind, it tells me. All right, since we're going to need to work on the front of the printer, and we know we're going to need to work on the front of the printer, I'm going to go ahead and tilt the printer. bring it around town. I'm sorry, there's Amber has reintroduced me to SpongeBob. I didn't watch a lot of SpongeBob as a kid. Amber did. She's a SpongeBob gal. And so she reintroduced me to all that. All right, I am, for the sake of doing this, gonna put you guys on the cam here. There's Amber, proud of herself, I guess. There's that. There's those. We've got these, and these. All right. What we need to do, insert each thimble. No. Fully thread the screw into both holes, then remove it. I don't know if I agree with that step. That sounds like a great way to burn threads. Oh, Talentech said they bought a shipping container for $2,800 and sunk it in their backyard. So you can get like wind and watertight ones for around that price still. That is actually still a reasonable price for a wind and watertight. I want a one trip. I don't want them too damaged. I'm special. Well, that's not a Prusa confirmed. Has confirmed assembled, but not when. What? Oh, Amber. Dietary intake. Craves red meat, prefers steak, bread, and ice cream, does not snack much. Very nice. Very nice. All right, we need to get the... I am really not looking forward to doing this part. I think this is a mistake. So these have to get sunk into this later on. And is it scratched? It is. I didn't scratch it. What the hell? It must have come scratched. That's a bummer. Oh well. I'll have to see. Well, actually, it looks like... I think I know why this one was sent to me. A lot of the letters are actually very blurry. I might just end up sanding it down and repainting it, and maybe I can convince a UV company to send me one. What do you think about Silva M1D? I don't have one. So what they want you to do here is they want you to put the screws in and then take them out so that it's easier to do this later. I don't agree with that. I specifically don't agree with it because you have a high chance of stripping it out, especially when you stop and then try to undo it. I am going to skip that step. This might be something that I regret. If I do, so be it. You heard it here first. I believe it makes sense to skip this. I believe it makes sense to skip it. So, all right. Although I do see that there are touch points here. Like, there are magnets already installed. So Prusa did some touch points here. Ah, crap. Sticks to the bed. Right. Okay. Well, it's just going to stick everywhere. So, all right. We're going to put one in each. Hello? Grant, you put it upside down, you dingus. There. 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 And there. Okay. Now we got to do 2 small, 1 large. Ooh, that's going to be fun. Yep, they want to thread in. Speaking of food, how's your organic garden coming along? It's stalled at the moment. We're waiting for stuff to compost down. You guys think I'm made of time over here. Good Lord. Do I have another bag with springs in it? I feel like I should. Yeah, I do. Okay, I'm like, I feel like I'm missing some springs. And I am. Because they're right here. I got more springs. All right. 2 small, 1 big. You guys are saying to start it out a little bit. I think I'm all right now. I kind of want to see what happens if I ignore it. I'm curious to see how it plays out in the end. And that lets us know if Lincoln Park was actually right. Because if they were, in the end, it never really mattered. Too hot for Florida Gardens. Yeah, that's fair too. It's also way too damn hot here. There are some heat tolerant crops, but amber is not heat tolerant. That is correct. She is not. Amber is not heat tolerant. If any of you have an amber, you should not leave them outside unless they're at the beach and then somehow they get extra heat tolerance. I don't understand it. I'm not here to understand it. I'm a man, and that means I don't understand things, and that's just okay. Now we do the big springs. I wish these made the fun little, like, springy doorstop noise, but they don't. That is not a request. If you water your amber, it can handle higher heat levels. No, that just makes it more upset and requires more steak. And I don't know if you've looked at the price of red meat these days, but it's spendy. It is spendy. Okay, it's time. It's the sunblock that gives the heat resistance. It's true. It's true. I guess it's time to get this started here. Okay. Line up the holes. All right, once the holes are lined up, now what? Just start screwing them in. Gotta make sure the springs are flat, which they are. Great. Whoops. 2 screws. All right. Let's do's it. Yes, amber can get the burn resistance stat with sunblock, but that's it. I'm going to try to hard thread with my electric screwdriver. We're going to see what happens. No. Not a chance. Not a chance. Power drill. I'm not saying you should not follow the directions. You do you, boo. But personally, this is how I'm going to do them. I think that this is more than acceptable for what I need to do. Even further, I'm going to set it up on here so it makes my life... this friggin' bar's in the way. Ugh. Wish it wasn't. Here, I'll put it like that. So I can install this, hopefully with reasonable peace. Well, wait, if I just install the one at the end, this one at this end, it should hold itself up. Please don't strip that. I got it. My concern is actually if you try to thread them that you'll end up stripping them. I think if Prusa is already installing the magnets for you, I understand that that there is a ethos for like, hey, we don't want, we want stuff to be repairable, but those little tiny magnets, if they were easy enough that the average person can do it, Prusa wouldn't do it themselves. So my theory here is that it's not that easy, and adding just a couple of heat sets wouldn't have added any significant cost. Come on. Okay, these springs kind of suck. If I had to redesign stuff, I definitely know what I would do here. But I understand why they did it this way. So, okay. My RTFM count broke. That's fine. I think this is the better way to do it. What evidence do I have to go about that? I am afraid of stripping out the screws on that initial install and then uninstall. So I'm just going to do it this way. Now I should make it very clear. I am not tightening this down until it stops. I'm tightening it until I feel comfortable. And then I'm going to come back with manual tools and snug it up, because we don't want to strip it. If we strip it, we're screwed. I firmly believe that these parts should be PCCF. I don't want them to be PETG, which is currently how they are. Bit of a bummer, but yeah. Okay, so we got to keep going. Ooh, these are tight together. What if we just had a print that was 4 tools each instead of like 4 individual pieces? I feel like they could just put a nut in them like everywhere else. You know what? That's totally fair. I don't know why they didn't. That's a really good point. Maybe somebody at Prusa could comment on that, but yeah, why don't these have? I wonder if it's like a tolerance thing. I don't know. Oh, this tool is getting so stripped out. My drill bit, not the actual plastic. The plastic is fine. The drill bit's just stripping out. I think it's a tolerance thing. Yeah. Do you notice something that could have been solved differently, but Prusa decided on another approach because the alternative would have been too costly? That is exceeding amounts of speculation. What? Why did this change to subscribers only mode? Oh no, it should have always been like that. It just flashed me that it was, yeah. The chat just refreshed. That's weird. What the heck's going on? Why can I only see... Yeah. That's weird. Lowe's has weird bits. Yeah, well. Okay. Oh, wow, Talentech, you have a... You have a sun allergy. Wow. That's interesting. Logan said, I could build this way faster than you, Grant. I mean, I sure hope so. Doing it live is a whole different ballgame. Now, if you could do it live, that'd be fine. I invite you to do so. I never said I was going to be fast. In fact, I've said many times that this isn't a race, and I'm not going to try. I'm going to be slow at this. I want to be slow at this. I have no desire to do this fast. None. Uh-oh. Okay, and the bottom one. I understand I'm not following the rules. I understand Shane is like upsetty. But even if you're upsetty, you can have some of Mom's spaghetti. It's okay. All right, get this in a couple of turns more. Grab the drill. Prusa says it should take 8 to 12 hours. Yep. When I am doing things live, God, this bit is trashed. When I'm doing things live, I always expect it to be on the high side of that. Okay. Live streaming adds a whole different aspect to content creation that, unless you've done it, you don't understand. Mollet says, why are the springs supposed to be there? So this is to preload a spring. Okay. These two look like they're to preload the dock, to allow the dock to shift a little bit if you need to adjust the dock up and down some. This is what lets you do it. Yeah. I'm not upset. You're just giving me extra stuff to give you a hard time. Shane, you should know by now that if you were expecting me to follow the directions, I wouldn't be doing this in the first place. So I feel like, if anything, like, I never said I was going to follow all the instructions. Come on, find your home. All right. I am just like violently afraid of messing up one of these screws. There are prints already on printables that replace it with, replace the printed part with heat sets. And so if that is your prerogative, I recommend you do that. Mollet says, I don't love this solution, but I can't think of a better one. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at too. This is like how it goes, you know? Like, we want them to wiggle a little bit, so I'm going to end up like backing them all off about a half a turn. Right now, I want them to be pretty rigid. It helps me better understand how tight everything is up here. Okay. Yeah. I will loosen them a smidge. That's an epitaph if I ever heard one. I never said I was going to follow the instructions. Yeah, dog. Yeah, dog. Okay. It is a lot of lather, rinse, and repeat. So I apologize for the boring content, I guess. I know a thing that will forever upset me about this build, it is unlikely that you can get all of the screw heads of the Torx to directly line up. But the front plate of mine has a deep scratch in it. I don't know how it got that, to be quite honest. Because up until literally today, it has been inside a protective box. Oh, we just lost one, I think. Maybe? What the hell? Hold on. Yep. Yeah, we lost one. We just stripped one. So literally trying to do it, why does that just, nah, man. How the hell? Dude, I'm literally running it in by hand. Oh. Well, that's a bad design. All right, you guys will need to see this. You'll need to see this for sure. I think I can fix this. I just got to go get some super glue from inside. That's a bad design. Yeah, so I don't know if you can see how that one's, this hole's bigger than that one. Literally, the screw pulled the entire thread out. That's not a good design, guys. Literally, I wasn't using a... This is the one I didn't use a tool on. That is suboptimal strength. Yeah, it's like there's no infill. Nah, it's not a job for some hot glue. Hot glue's not going to be strong enough. I'm going to go get some CA. I should have had it with me, and I left it in the shop. I know exactly where it is. It's fine. I don't think that pre-threading this would have helped. I think that won't see a crack. Hot glue is mostly a joke. I mean, it might. No way to tell, honestly. First thing we got to do now is we need to grab it with a pair of pliers. We need to go ahead and remove the plastic, and then we can start triaging the part itself. So once we have the plastic out, we're going to slather some of that good sticky on it. I would use gloop, but I don't really have time for gloop to set up right now. So we're going to use CA, but oh, well, at least it'll hold itself there. I'm going to put this down a little bit so we can see it, and I will zoom in so you guys can see it a little bit closer. So I'm also going to turn off the instructions. I think that'll help a little bit. And quite frankly, I think I can just go to the full overhead at this point. Yeah. Just want to make sure you all can still see it. Yeah, dude, like it's barely in there. I don't exactly agree with this design. Now, this could be an anomaly. We don't know. It looks like it does go right back in. So we are going to grab it, grab our CA. I'm just using some just some generic CA. Whoops, drop the part. Nothing special. This is a quick set CA because it's very thin. Just going to put a little bit all over. Then we're just going to push it into the hole. Now, will this line up perfectly? No, probably not. Is that going to be a problem? Potentially. So I'm now going to use a zip tie tail here as a bit of a stir stick. I want to get that CA into the crack where it will very politely cure to itself. And we should be good. Is this a PETG part? It is. So yes, you can use gloop, you can use methylene chloride. Just please be careful when using those chemicals because they are carcinogenic. In every state, including California, they're so carcinogenic. It was banned under the Trump administration. Not that it's not that difficult to still get it. It's very easy to still get it. All right, we will. I am now, for the last couple, going to abide by the rules and see if I think that's any easier. We'll let that one sit there. Think about what it's done. A little bit of airflow across it is going to work as well. So we'll just go back to that one so you guys can see it. If not, use water. No. So if you want to quick cure super glue and you don't have the actual like activator, baking soda is a great way to do it. Just know the baking soda will dry to the super glue and turn it to concrete. Now it's funny, I do have some JB Quick here, but I don't feel like mixing up a bunch of JB Weld for this. It's like not that big of a deal. I can see, I don't know if you guys can see it too, from that top down, these parts were caved in. Are they all like this? Yeah, they are. I think someone used a countersink bit. Huh. Interesting. You can print a replacement part. Yes, that will be kind of the eventual like thing that we do, but right now we're not. Because we're live. Again, I don't think that this would have gone any easier had I followed the directions, but for the sake of following the directions, I'm just going to do it by hand. I might consider moving that away from the heat bed. If someone can write down, tag me in the Discord with this timestamp for Print Fix Friday, this will be a great Print Fix Friday. Absolutely incredible Print Fix Friday. Yeah. And I have to film that this week, so this works. So the issue that we ran into with this part is that, yeah, it's just not happy. And it popped out. Now, we weren't putting a bunch of stress on it. We weren't putting a bunch of strain on it. Were we following the directions? No, we were not. Is that necessarily a problem? You tell me. I think it's fine. But yeah, that's how she goes sometimes. Oh, the part that's glued is up top. It's curing up top. We're fine. There's no super glue anywhere near the bed. We are okay. It is not an issue. So do not worry. I keep dropping the screw. Now, I think that we could have some changes in the CAD, but this could have also just been a print fail that didn't work very well from Prusa. There's no way to really know with this kind of stuff. It feels like it's not the consistent quality of Prusa, but it happens. Otherwise, though, this kit's actually been going pretty well. This is like the first kind of major flaw that we had with it. It was also missing a M3. This one did it too. This one did it too. I have a second one that did it. It's doing it literally live. Let me zoom in for you so you can see it, so you can see exactly what's happening. So, whoop, there we go. I am screwing this in. I am using the way to do it. And as I'm screwing it in, I can feel it cracking on me. I can feel it cracking. I don't think this is going to withstand. Yeah, it's like I can move this. I can move the screw quite a bit. So I'm going to take this back out, and we're going to go ahead and put a little bit of super glue on that. And we're going to see how it goes. There it goes. There, it just popped off. Of course, I wasn't recording the top down for that bit, but it did just pop off. Yeah, this is apparently a thing that happens that people are aware of. Yep, and it pulls out. It pulls out the entire threads. It's like the threads just aren't attached anywhere else. It is fixable. Like, if you got nothing else to do, you know, you're kind of just stuck doing it this way. So I would say that given that it's now happened twice, and one way I was following the directions, the other way I was doing it my way, I am happy to say that my way actually didn't make it worse. In theory. But I can almost definitely say I'll need to look at the CAD for this, or look at the whatever OCL file that Prusa has posted for this part. I don't think that this part is strong enough. So here, let's take a look at this together real quick. I'm going to zoom right in there. And let me grab this. So if we look around the part itself, there is really no walls that it's attached to, right? It's not attached. I mean, you got, looks like a seam there. It does not appear that it is attached anywhere else except right at the bottom with like a little bit of infill, right? I might say more infill. Like, if you don't want it to be connected anywhere other than the bottom, then you need more than just one line of infill, right? I feel like that's a pretty common thing. Do I think that this is like, oh, no, like, this stuff happens. Am I a little frustrated? Yeah, of course. This is part and parcel of what happens, especially with a Founders Edition. This is a limited edition production run designed for people that want to start. I also, did I miss a $10 donation? I did. I'm so sorry. Thank you, Pat Zilko 730 for the $10. Thank you very much. Talon Tech says, no chance in hell I would print that any other way than with 100% infill. I would have to agree. I think that, well, okay, I'm not a 100% infill guy to begin with. Actually, why did I put that back in? I need that out. I need that out so I can glue it back in. I'm not a 100% infill guy. I am more so a... here, let me put the... I'm not a 100% infill guy. What I am is a... I want to make sure that I have... That you guys can't see the Prusa. Oh, you can. Take that off. I'm not 100% infill guy. I am whack loads of perimeters, or you can use concentric infill. It's the same thing. I just got $20 from somebody. Yeah, BLD0550. Thank you for the $20 US. I appreciate it. Yeah, I don't think it's strong enough, to be honest. Someone just tagged me in the Bondtech Discord. What are they saying? Oh, okay. Spice King said, "Hey, at Grant." Okay. Yeah, so they're using the grid infill, and that's why. So what's happening is the grid infill is at different spots, and there's just not enough. Bit of a bummer. I think that this does exemplify why grid infill is a problem. I don't know. Am I going to be able to recover this? No. That one's done. I don't think... I think I kind of messed... Well, no, wait. I've got a set of tweezers right here. Let me see if I can pull this out. Let me shift you guys to the overhead camera. I'm going to do my best to try to keep this on camera, but, I mean, I think we all realize that my main importance right now is to get this out so that we can keep going with the build. Everybody said this, though. Everybody's like, yeah, these pieces suck. These pieces suck. And I'm like, oh, I can do better. I can do better. Yeah, like, literally, there is nothing below this. Like, it just falls. So there's like a pit of no infill below this part. So I think this is just grid infill being grid infill. I hate to say it, but I think it's grid infill being grid infill. I don't like it. It is the way that it is. Yeah, Spice King sent me sent me a photo of the pre-sliced G code. Yeah, I don't think that is appropriate for a part that is so mission critical to the function of a device. If it wasn't mission critical, I would say fine, but I feel like that is just not enough. So I'll put some super glue on it. Just gonna wrap it around here, try to get it into, because, you know, the other issue that we have is we have basically no surface area to connect it to. This might actually make sense for me to go get some baking soda and sprinkle some baking soda on there. I don't think I have any baking soda out here. Because baking soda turns into concrete. Like, you can tap it. And part of me says, like, that's probably the right move. Oh, Peter Printer with the 5 memberships. Thank you very much. Greatly appreciated. Here, let me go back to the front only for you. So Red Add 5, Ref Add 5, Harrier Pigeon, Mike V, Stroke Boy, and Fixed Bit all got memberships. Spicing said, I'm going to just reprint these up front. Yes, if you are getting a Founders Edition, I would recommend that you print new ones. What else do I have out here that is basic? So, super glue is acidic. So anything that is basic instantly sets it. It's my garage. Like, I don't think I have baking soda out here, but I'll check. I don't think I do, but I think it makes sense to try to find something that I can sprinkle in. Yeah. I'm just worried that when we go to do this again, we're just going to break it again. And if we can't have it pass its inspection, right? If it doesn't do the dock and undock properly, the rest of it doesn't matter. Damn. I don't see soap, gypsum, no. They're not using gyroid, they're using grid. Oh yeah, why would they use grid? It's the worst. Because it's fast. It's fast. The issue, it was speed. That was a decision made for speed. It was not a decision made for strength. Let me see. I might have kicker over here. Technically, any spray paint is basically kicker for super glue. Let me see if I can find some real quick in my office. Because my office is just on the other side of this thing here. Oh, I don't see it. I don't see kicker. All right, I'm just gonna grab some. For situations just like this. I happen to have a new box. Ooh, it's warm in here. The air conditioner is not keeping up. All right, I'm back. I'm back. I don't drink coffee, so I don't have coffee grinds. I got baking soda. It doesn't need to be new. Old baking soda is just fine. So we'll do that so I can kind of show you guys what we need to do. We're going to use another tail of the zip ties. I'm just going to put a little. You don't need a ton. No, I didn't get anything. That's a little bit hard to get into. I'm not going to lie. The zip tie is not. Yeah, the zip tie is not the best way to do this. Oh, hey, this little scraper is perfect. I think. Honestly, I'm just going to open the box a little bit more. Make my life a bit easier. I can tape the box back up. I've got tape. I got tons of tape. This has been sitting in my house for a little bit. But I'm just going to sprinkle it on there. It should basically instantly kick the super glue. Now, we do have to worry about it adding some standoff, right? It's going to add a little bit of thickness, so we do have to be careful about that. But this is a really great technique if you've never learned it for making things very, very strong. This is absolutely an issue with the part geometry. It's a part geometry issue. Finally, a proper cooking show. Don't do it over the printer. Meh. Look, it's a little white powder in Florida, okay? You're lucky this isn't the Florida snow, okay? All right? Gosh. But I'm comfortable enough with super glue that I'll just kind of touch it and then blow it out. Same deal here. I'm just going to wipe that out with my fingers. It's just baking soda. Again, I'm just going to wipe it around, right? And then you'll see all the areas that had super glue now very much have baking soda in them. Now you got crap on the printer. So be it. Now, the thing we do have to be careful of is now we have to go in here and break up the actual super glue that is inside the threads, or not the super glue, the baking soda, because you don't want that in there. Because if super glue goes down in there, you're never threading a screw in there ever. You'll never get one threaded. Okay. As long as it's just personal use amount, you should be fine. Don't bring your baggies and scale with you either. It's bad for personal use argument. Love it. Must be why Florida man, Prusa was afraid of Florida man streaming, integrating Coke into INDX. Oh, no, I'm joking. I'm joking. I am never used drugs. Ever. I've never used drugs. Illicit drugs, I should say. I guess you could say caffeine and alcohol are drugs. All right, let's go to main overhead. We're gonna zoom in, zoom, like we're Mazda. I'm gonna zoom in for you guys a bit here. We're just gonna do another layer of the glue. So what we're trying to do right now is we are trying to saturate the baking soda. Once we have the baking soda saturated, you know, she's the definition of 2 slaps that ain't going nowhere, okay? That baking soda, harder than a wedding prick as soon as it sets with the super glue. And you won't have any problems anymore. All right. Now, similarly, you have to worry about it fracturing. If I wanted to be a little special here, I would pin this. I'd like drill it in from the side and I'd pin it. I think this will be fine. I'm going to let the super glue flash for a little bit. I'm going to work on this final one. I think it's these parts. Take a look. If this one breaks, I'm calling it that this one's going to break too. Okay? Take a look at this one. Okay? Just with me real quick. See how it's like right there? Where's my tweezers? Where'd my tweezers go? Here they are. This one's already broken out. Right there. You can actually see where the hole is. This one too, you can see a hole. Right? Whoever did the countersunk drilling on this, I think they went a little hard in the paint. And it's just kind of broken apart. So, oh my God, this whole side. That whole side is detached. Look at that. Right there. That whole side. It's freaking detached. So we didn't touch this one yet, but we are going to super glue this one because we don't have another option, and I'm not going to risk another one failing and us having to start over and doing this again. Kind of part and parcel, this stuff happens. Did he answer? Oh, a spring fell out. It's right here. It's right on the bed. Here we go. Boom. Spring. Has anyone asked why you don't just print 2 more docks? Because I'm live, and that requires me to not be live, and I don't want to do it. I believe it is important for us to, as I've said before, run what we brung and show it off. If this is something that we just replaced out from the beginning, we're not really providing the useful feedback that Prusa and others could use to make the next kits better. But again, this is a Founders Edition. It is not, you know, it is a limited edition production run. That is how Founders Editions are. It is not a beta. It's not an alpha. This is not something that I expect to have happen. It's the first time I've ever had this happen on a Prusa kit. Ever. But so be it. Uh-oh. My headset says charge me. Well, I'm sorry. I can't. Oh, no. Well, that's going to be impossible to drill out. Okay. I don't even know if you guys are able to see that or not. Okay. We got them all done. This is just... It's a little crazy, I'm not going to lie. This is a little bit more involved than I was expecting. But to be fair, this was warned to me by multiple users that this is something that, like, happens. That's not exactly what I want. This should not have been something that was printed with grid infill. Okay. We got that. It does appear that we have fully clogged the opening here. I say we might be able to break it out if we go fast, which we were able to. Same thing here. You can sometimes, if it's not fully saturated, get the baking soda out as a brick. All white bricks, big tan bricks, something like that. Flutterman knows how to use the baking soda. You gosh darn right. You gosh darn right I know how to use the baking soda. Now you might say, Grant, where did you get all these skills from? So this was a trick that we used back in the day of the full color 3D printers. When they were sandstone, so it's a gypsum-based powder. The DC motors that ran the fast axis, which to use terminology we will all know, it would be the x-axis. The DC motor had a drive shaft on it, and that pin, the pulley on the motor shaft, there was no D slot for it. It was just pressed on, and they would often fail. So this is how you fixed it. A little bit of super glue, a little bit of baking soda, or you could spend $350 and get a new motor from 3D Systems. Ah, yes, the Da Vinci's. Oh, no, 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 no. Not Da Vinci's. A Z-Corp or a ProJet 660 Pro. I ran 7 of them back in my heyday. Vertigo said, I mean, unless you plan to make this a permanent thing, it really doesn't make sense. You have 5 tools that you can print replacements with. Yeah, that's fair. PTFE does not stick to anything. Would that fit into the hole? It does not fit into the hole, but that is a good idea. That's actually a great idea. Okay. Now here's the cool thing, right? Check this out. Check this out. I'm going to go to the overhead for you all. Check this out. See how nice and smooth that is now? This is the one we repaired. And I would almost guarantee that that is stronger than stock. So something to point out there. As long as you don't touch anything orbital, you're good. Yep, pretty much. I'm going to do just a little more round of super glue around it on the one that we are preemptively fixing. Again, I'm really not happy that I have to do it. But I'd rather you guys see it from me, how to do it, other than trying to like do this yourself, right? I've done this before. This is not my first rodeo. I know how to do this. Give us your probability of it holding. Ooh. I don't know. I think it will hold. I'm concerned about long term. So I don't think I'm going to use these long term. I'd like to, but I don't think they're going to work long term. I'm tempted now, seeing how many of these are actually damaged, to go get my methylene chloride. But meh, nothing I can really do at this point. Kind of is what it is. Do see that hole might have filled up. I think the hole filled up. Yep, the hole filled up. So, unfortunately, because of the super glue, this does become you have to drill this in. You're not going to be able to do this by hand. At least I don't think you will. Finish my upgrade. Printer turns on. The setting for changing the printer type is missing, and I can't configure it as INDX. Currently, Prusa support. Reflash the firmware. Use a new firmware. If I want to do this right, I should just drill out the holes. So actually, I can see my drill index. I'm just going to grab my cheap drill index. Just funny because it's also called index. Cheap drills. Cheap drills. Similar to cheap drills. And I'm going to just kind of ream the holes back out. Again, you shouldn't need to do this. If you do need to do this, contact Prusa support. Get new parts. I am only doing this because I'm live. And that's what we do. So the way to make sure that you are reaming a hole to the right size, you first want to get the screw. Then you want to find a drill bit. Measure the shank diameter. Your drill bit shank diameter should be just a skosh smaller than your screw. Now, these are very, very tiny screws. And I have a cheap Harbor Freight drill index. So we're kind of just working with what we got here. God, I think it's the smallest drill bit's the one that I need to use. I am still working on it. We encountered a failure. Yeah, so literally it's my smallest drill bit. We are going to chuck that into the drill. And we're going to do this because we want to make sure that there is actually a hole for the screw to thread into. Oh my God, that drill bit is it just like not? Oh, that drill bit is not straight. Good job, Harbor Freight. It's a brand new drill bit. Okay. It's fine. It just make sure there's a hole there, right? Just make sure there's a hole there. You shouldn't need to do this on yours, but if you do, here's how you do it. I can go up a size. I am holding this and I know I can go up a size. So we're going to go up a size. We're going to do it again. Again, this is not part of the official kit, the official Founders Edition kit, but it's what I need to do to mine to get it to work. They don't call it horror freight for nothing. Yeah, that's fair. Oh, I've never heard someone call it horror freight before. So you want to be careful not to drill too deep, which we're doing our best to not drill too deep. Has it been hard or has it just taken a lot of time? It's been taking a lot of time. This is probably the first part that I would consider like difficult. And it's difficult because we had a catastrophic part failure. There's really nothing we can do about it. It just kind of is what it is, man. Like, I hate to explain things like that, but so be it. Ack, that's getting so warm in here, a can of paint just expanded. Same deal, I'm just kind of wiping some baking soda on it. The baking soda ensures that the super glue is reasonably dry. Then we can get moving on this. Okay. Nice thing about using baking soda with super glue, your hands don't stick together because it instantly cures to the baking soda on your hands, which is just awesome. So another CG sent a gold coin, thanks. We'll submit this on my side of things. I believe could be wrong. Some of the parts will be updated. So Shane, I think the big thing is just it's the infill, and that there's nothing connecting the cylinder. The cylinder must remain unharmed. There's nothing connecting that interior cylinder to the outside. The infill is just not touching it, from what I can see. But yes, the cylinder must remain unharmed. Let's see how many of you get that internet joke. The other benefit of this is that, because you're adding baking soda, it's basically Bondo, right? The part becomes like uber smooth. But I will I'll let Steve and Phil know to have some super glue specifically handy, or quite frankly, just print the parts. They don't have to, but it does help. So Gertlem said, so I've tried flashing the firmware, but I'm Googling and it doesn't seem like there's a way to flash the same version as what you already have. Bootloader rejects the firmware if you already have it installed. Oh, okay, you're up to date. Got it. Okay, I got it. I'm sorry for this taking some time. It looks like this one is pretty much ready to go. I'm gonna try to thread in a screw by hand. We'll see how well it goes. I'm gonna switch to main overhead for you guys so you guys can see it. And you know what? Here, let's get a little personal, okay? So if I fail, we fail together. So I'm just trying to get it kind of started. Okay, feels good. Feels good. No issues, feels good. I'm liking it. Now this was the one, I think this is the one that was already broken. Like, we came onto it and it was broken. So we just we reinforced it, basically. If you don't have the tools to do this yourself, like if you don't have another printer and you can't reprint the parts, I would highly recommend that you do the super glue and baking soda trick. But it looks like that someone was just a little overzealous with a, what's the word I'm looking for? Countersink bit. There it is. So it looks like this printed with like a cage over it, right? So that you don't have to support the hole. I don't know if that's really necessary, to be honest. Oh, this is tough. Yeah, this one's definitely got some super glue in it. You can feel it. In a particular sense, mixing baking soda cyanoacrylate creates new composite material, although it isn't completely new plastic in the way nylon or ABS is made. It's plastic. Yeah, I know. Look, man, it ain't perfect. Neither am I. We're working with what we got over here, man. Okay. All right. I actually have to do this like near my body so I can keep it steady. I'm sorry here. This is quite a difficult thing to do because I'm cutting threads into a new material here. And it really doesn't like me doing it. Active resistance. All right, we got that one in too, so we can install this one, I hope. Gonna find out, but I'm hoping that we can install it. Okay, we'll do that. Go to the overhead with the camera so you guys can kind of see me struggling from this perspective. And just see like why I initially said that I wanted to do it this way. I still think you don't have to like do the screws the first time. I think that the settings are just rough. You probably should use a tap. I don't have any bottom taps. I only have top taps. That's a bad joke. But you need a special tap for this. I actually learned this working on my car. And it involved me needing to helicoil part of my block. It wasn't fun, but it worked. I had to helicoil. I had one of my water pump brackets, water pump bolts strip out. And I had to helicoil the block. So, of course, like any good citizen, I went on to Uncle Bezos's, trials and tribulations of next day delivery and bought myself the world's finest generic helicoil kit. Look at that. I can even tighten this down. It's awesome. And, yeah, it didn't come with a bottoming tap. It came with a through tap. So that was fun. That was fun. Okay. Looking at this next one, I do just want to run the drill bit through it one more time. All right. I ran the drill through it one more time. It's not perfectly straight, but you're not either. It's fine. We definitely ran into some challenges on this one, though. But, you know, honestly, I'm kind of glad that we did. Because that means if any of you run into this, that, like, I'm here to help, you know? Like, you don't have to go about this alone. If this happened to you in your Founders Edition index, we're here to help. Oh, God. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. Whew. I'm awake. I'm awake. I'm awake. Where'd my live chat go? What the heck? Well, that's weird. I had to reset my phone from the stream. That was weird. Yeah. There we go. I'm back. Chat comes out of the closet. Yeah. I had a helicoil spark plug port on my 2001 BMW. Surprised it worked. Bearded printer. I do that on my lawnmower. I got a helicoiled lawnmower. What happened to the filament box protecting the heat bed? I gave up on it a while back. And I just didn't put it back. That's what happened. Of course, this is the one that I can't really see if it's like in the right place because it's behind one of the center sections. I am a little worried that the other ones are going to crack too now. But yeah, I mean, look, again, I'd rather this happen to me than it happen to one of you. If you needed a multi-tool today, your real choices are the XL or U1. I'm going to take the U1 over the XL just on price alone. XL is a great machine, 5 tool heads, runs like a champ. But the U1 is just a smaller, more polished version of the XL. It's the best way to describe the U1 because that's really what it is. It's a polished version of the X1 or X1 of the XL. It uses very, very similar docks. I've had a lot of success with my U1. I've had a lot of success with my XL too. Don't get me wrong. They both fully paid for. But I would say unless you need that 5th tool or unless you need like, you know, the silicone or stuff like that, the Snapmaker is probably just a better deal right now financially. And there's really no way to deny that. I need to charge my mic pack. So let's do that. That's going to be fun. All right, I got to put the last one on, and then I can get some water. I am parched. I do just want to drill this out, though, just to be safe. Yeah, see, you needed to be drilled. Yep, all right, I got that one drilled out. I looked at it and said, you know, that doesn't look right. It looks better now. Okay. Well, you've been streaming for 6 hours. Yeah, that checks out. I don't want this to go to a 3rd day. Mainly because, like, I have other work to do. But realistically, I don't know if we're going to have many options. And a lot of that is because of what happened. And it happens, right? Like, again, I'd rather this happen to me so that you all can follow it than have it happen to one of you and you don't know who to ask. You don't know what to do. So you go to the Discord and you get pissed, and that never goes well. This top screw is really tight. That's good. It means it's cutting good threads. Like, that's what we want to see. But, yeah, I would say any INDX founders right now with Prusa, either reprint the parts to use heat sets, which is also acceptable if you want to do that. There we go. It's done. Oh, my gosh. Oh, hurt my arm. So either reprint the parts to use heat sets or do the super glue. Because that sucked. That was a lot of work. That was the definition of a lot of work. All right. I'm going to get some water. You guys should get some water too. I still have 30 steps. Great. Love hearing that. Love hearing that. Love hearing that. So, nozzle seal time. All right, we need to prepare these 4 parts. We need to prepare the nozzle seals, which I have never worked with these nozzle seals before. Fun fact, I was a day 1 pre-order of the Prusa XL. By the time they converted over to these silicone sleeve ones, I already had my XL. That was before I was like a big enough content creator to get anybody's attention, other than Joe's. Like, we've been friends for years. But yeah, so my XL doesn't actually have these. So I have no experience installing these, which is kind of interesting. M3x8 RT. So in theory there is, I can put this very crappy drill index back friggin' there somewhere. I need to find M3x8 RT. Beautiful. Got a bunch of those. Gonna pour them out into my tray. So again, having that organization tray is tremendous. Like, absolutely tremendous. Really, really valuable. Okay. All right. We got to, well, no glove, no love, I guess. So we gotta slide the condoms on the metal over here. I bet you this metal can hurt you if you're not careful. Handle with care. Yeah, the edges are sharp. It might cut you. Yeah. Okay, after doing this a little bit, I definitely prefer the old red ones. I understand that these are just better, but yeah, that is, they don't really easily go in, man. Like, I almost want to hold it with a pair of pliers as I'm... Oh, you know what? That might be the trick, is just to hold it with a pair of pliers so you get better grip. My hands are a little sweaty right now. I'm a little sweaty. I think it's got to go a little further. Well, I mean, that's as far as it wants to go. No, it needs to go a little further. Oh, that is so complicated. So here, let me show you on the camera here. You can see, I don't know if it's going to show up well on the webcam, but you can see there's, the metal is poking out. But we need to get it down a little bit further. Huh. I don't exactly have a good piece of advice for this. Press it on the table. Okay. I don't think that worked. The issue that I'm dealing with, it wants to bend. Yeah. All right. I'm gonna assume that's fine. I hope it's fine. I'm calling it fine. I got to do it a bunch more times, I assume. Yep. Yep. I got to do a bunch more times. Okay. We got to do this a bunch more times. So while Grant's doing that, I don't know. Ask me things. You can ask me things. Use lube. Spit on it. I'm not going to do that. Ask me whatever. I'm here. We're hanging out. Mike might be going crackling randomly a few times. It's on the charger. Here, I'll just put it back on this side. Well, I don't think I have alcohol out here. No, I don't. Whatever, while I'm working on this, go ahead. How does ant evolution occur? I don't know. Florida man and alcohols. I don't really drink. Dish soap is lube. I don't have any out here. I'm in my garage, man. The only liquid I got is friggin' super glue. Florida man is dangerous. Any combo. It's fair. I'm afraid of slicing my fingers on this. Like, I'm really afraid. If you cut yourself while handling these, the alcohol might also be useful disinfectant. No. I mean, at some point, yeah, I'm going to just have to, like, stick it in my mouth real quick. That's what she said. Silicone grease? No, because my tube of grease that I used on the... Yeah, that's fine. Oh, there goes my headset. That's okay. Headset's dead. So if someone calls my phone, it's just going to ring for everybody. That's not going to be fun. Compare it to the photo. Looks similar. Yeah. Dish soap is a mechanics tool too. Yes, I know. I don't have any handy right now. And that's 100% on me. Just touch the X or Y rail. Should be enough. What? Yeah, I mean, these all look fine to me. It's actually why the other ones, like the original red ones from the XL, I actually like them, you know. So I don't know their name. They're saying, what's better, silicone grease or lithium grease? It is absolutely situational. So lithium grease is good when you need something that's going to stick, right? And not really go anywhere. Lithium's great for like garage door springs, garage door tracks, that kind of stuff. But a silicone grease is often a little thinner But there's the right grease for the right applications, okay? Right grease for the right applications. I don't use lithium grease much. I'm actually not a fan of lithium grease personally. I find it to be excessively messy for what you get. And I don't know, the last like 2 bottles of lithium grease that I had depressurized themselves, which I wasn't a huge fan of. Silicone spray is good for pocket door tracks too. Yeah, lithium is good there too. I mean, depends on the viscosity. Lithium grease is often quite a bit thicker. I can talk about lube with you guys all day. No. And yes, silicone is often food safe. So if you are working in like a ISF certified environment, yeah. Please never talk to me about lube all day. Shane, I'm the extruder. You walked right into that one, buddy. You walked right into that one. You can't even argue with that. Lithium is bad for for some plastics, right? Yes. Silicone is too, right? Silicone can damage some plastics. If you're not sure, just check, right? If you're not sure what grease is best for PLA or whatever, just check it. I'm sure you have scraps in your trash can. Put a little bit on there, leave it to sit for a couple of days, see what happens. I'm aware that that doesn't tell you about like long-term damage and things like that. But, you know, could be fine. I'm never picking you up from the airport again now. Amber for sure, but you lost meet and greet privileges. I mean, let's be real. You were always there to pick her up and not me anyways. So, because Amber's the best and we all know it. Okay, last one. I'm getting these down. Now my fingers have dried out from the silicone. It's like, yeah, I can do this easily now. And I'm on the last one. Yeah, it could be petroleum grease. That's bad for plastics. I don't know, man. If you looked at my college degrees, you'd be like, what? I have business degrees. I don't have engineering degrees. I am not an engineer. She is, but that is not true. You got a personalized sign. No one ever got a personalized sign from me before. That's fair. That's fair. That is true. Oh, God, that hurts. My back. All right, so they both need to look like that. Sweet. And they need to touch the back side. So specifically in the instructions is that you need to have it so it kind of touches that back edge. You don't want it to be sitting too forward, which is what we're doing. So we're good to go. I'm officially at over 12 hours on this. I guess, like, I expected this to be easier. Oh, crap, you guys can't even see it. There, now you can. I didn't realize you couldn't see it. Oh, wait. Sorry. I told you the wrong way. I told you the wrong thing. It needs to be a little gap. A little gap. Not like this, where there's no gap. You see how there's no gap there? You want to have a little gap. Now, the way that I would solve that is I would have a little vertical section there that would force it to only fit on one way. All right, time to do this a few more times. All right, there we go. We got the one. Now it's time to do the others. I'm going to switch back to the main because I'm not, it's difficult to do work underneath the top-down camera. I could just move that out of the way. But it's difficult to do work with the top-down camera. Oh, I mean, it might not be now. Now I can get a little bit closer. Yeah, I can do that. I will do that for you guys. I was looking this up right now because if it needed to touch both ends, I would have done it wrong. You're right. I did it wrong, and I corrected myself. That's the cool thing about being a content creator and being someone with integrity. I don't mind admitting when I'm wrong. Could you have screwed those things on and then sleeve them? Yes, you could have. I almost recommend that you do. I wasn't thinking about that, Jimmy, but yeah, I mean, that kind of makes sense. To do them, to sleeve them once they're already together like this. Yeah, past 6 hours don't kill your back. We're so close though. Well, actually, no, we're not. I don't know, guys. I'm gonna do what I can. I don't know if Amber's. I don't know. Is Amber even here? Amber was out in Lakeland at her doctor. I don't know if she's here yet. It's supposed to be coming up today. But yes, you could definitely put the silicone on after you do this. I'd probably save you a little bit of trouble, maybe. Like, it would be easier for you to grab this than to grab the thin piece of sheet metal that can just absolutely nuke you. Being able to admit you are wrong without by default feeling like you're going to be suffering reputational damage is a good attitude. And look, if we suffer reputational damage, so be it. If we were wrong about something like really serious and that suffered reputational damage, so be it. Right? Like, it is what it is. I don't really want to do 3 days of this. I really want to see, like... Also, consider that calibration setting up might involve troubleshooting and a couple of tries. Don't assume everything works immediately. Yeah, you're right. I'm going to keep going right now because, like, I'm still, like, at a reasonable spot. But yeah, I think we might need to do a third stream. I hate to say that. It's not what I want. I want this to be done. But hey, at least I got a good piece for Print Fix Friday out of it, so there's that. Take your wins where you can get them, right? Like, I have one less thing I have to film about for Friday. And that is correct. I have not filmed Print Fix Friday. And plus, you can print out a test print while chatting. Yeah. Yeah. And if you're really nice, I can maybe convince Amber to come out here. Just saying. Just saying. Honestly, I think you should have called it when the part broke. So I was thinking about it. But I said, you know, I have to see it through. Because otherwise, someone who also broke a part... you know, wouldn't, would like feel like they're left out kind of thing, right? I don't want that kind of a cliffhanger. Now, Will I rename it to We Broke It or something like that? Probably. Probably. Will I use like a bit of a screenshot of the broken part for Print Fix Friday and use that for a thumbnail? Yeah, probably. Jimmy said it's past midnight here in Sweden. This part 3 sounds good to me. Well, honestly, when I heard that Steve and Phil were going to start tomorrow, I said I have to get it done today because I don't want to be streaming at the same time because then it's like we're splitting our audiences. You know, I'm this far ahead and quite frankly, they'll probably catch me and yada, yada. And it's like, you know, there's a bit of respect, right? Steve and I have always had some respect where like we try not to stream over each other, right? Shane says, I would suggest having reprinted parts on standby just in case they are needed after the final build. You know, Shane, it's a good idea. And quite frankly, what I'm going to be doing is I'm also going to be doing the ones with the heat sets. I understand that is a bit of a deviation, but that's what I want to do. I'm also going to do them in orange PETG because quite frankly, I think they would look cooler in orange. Just honest opinion. Think they would look cooler in orange. That's just my opinion. Okay. And more screws. Ugh. More screws. This is very, I would like to see if you're a designer, I would like to see like a printable part where I could hang this and work on it. So like if I'm someone who's working on it, or even something to like support it on, support it somewhere else so I could work on it top down. If you're a part designer, I would think that would be some really easy points for you on printables. Just saying. Though quite frankly, yeah, you could just do it on the side of your printer and let the magnets hold it. Shit, that's what I'm doing. That's exactly how I'm doing this. I am going to be doing it that way. Oh my god, that's so much easier. I mean, yeah, still print the part, but like now it's got springs. I'll put the table down. Put the table down a little bit, so you guys can see. You can kind of see what's going on. I'm gonna turn off the thing. Oh wait, I can do it. Hold on, I have a better idea. Hold on. Hold up. Wait a minute. Do that. Move that back. Oh, look, some super glue. I think, is this going to scratch anything if I put it in here like this? No. Okay. This might be like your little pro tip. It does contact the belts, but the belts are fine. Oh my gosh, this will make it so much easier for you to work on it. All right. Yep. Instructions are in the way. This will make it so much easier to work on, bro. So much easier. Again, parts that are just screwing into plastic kind of sucks. Still light outside here, even though it's past midnight. Okay, so you're in the northern part of Sweden. I'm told you guys are weird. You all like Schuströmming, which is definitely weird. And like the northern part of Sweden is like the southern part of the United States. I would say if someone redid some of these parts and used heat sets, that, I don't think I would disagree if you said, hey, I want to redo this with heat sets. I don't think I would have a problem with it. Reprint all the parts in Peak. You know how expensive? That would cost me more than buying the index kit. Peak is very expensive. All right, so definitely if we can, another part design, if we can chamfer these holes ever so slightly to help the threads start, the chamfer that's there is not adequate enough, in my opinion. I don't know why I have Super Freak in my head right now. Super Freak, Super Freak, Super Freaky, yow. I don't know why I have that in my head. All right, these are not going in. Good Lord. I really just want to drill them out, man. I don't know if I actually pronounced it correctly. I'm going to be honest with you. I have no freaking clue. Yeah, this bit is soft and shot. I don't think... I mean, I can try. I don't know it's going to help, but... Sorry, I'll leave your head. Wow, Amber. Are you here? I don't... If you're here at the house, you can come out. Come out and say hi if you want. Just, you know, don't kick open the door and be like, surprise, mother truckers. Because that's not safe. Oh. What are you doing? I figured you'd be out here by now. Oh, that screw hit my foot. That's fun. Oh my God. Please kick the door in, Amber. Shane, you really don't want that. Right? Oh. Everybody has a fight or flight response, and I don't always choose flight when I should. Okay? Right? Just ask Slav. I don't know if Slavko noticed, but if he noticed, ask him. When we were walking through downtown Vanama, and a car just veers right for us, and like the first thing I do, like Amber was next to me, I grab her and I put her behind me because like I don't know what's gonna happen, right? Like I was the first instinct is situation, what's going on, let's figure it out, and it was Slavko, and he saw us walking, and he is awesome, and we had a lot of fun. Amber said, check Hangouts. Gotcha. Yeah, you can... It's up to you, dude. I'm just still working. This build is not as successful as I was hoping. I was hoping to have it done today, but that did not happen, and I think we've all kind of relegated that it's not going to happen. Other thing... Wait. Oh, son of a bitch. They're upside down. Mine are upside down. Hold on. Nobody noticed that. I'm surprised nobody noticed that. I guess you all can't see it. I'm putting it in upside down. Will you be doing a head-to-head video with the U1? I doubt it. I think that they're very different machines. I'm not certain. So, like, the U1 is... Like, the price of a U1 is just the upgrade for INDX, right? Like, you have to look at it and say, well, if it comes down to a price point, the U1's going to win, right? So, if price is a factor, it matters. Oh, you can't see it. Okay, well, that's fair. That's my fault. All right, wait. So does that mean that this is probably just a better view for you guys then? Just like me? And you have the small top down? I assume maybe that's better. I don't know. Had it upside down. I fixed it. It looks like the instructions are up on this one, so we'll do that. The thing I was about to say, the thing that I'm noticing with these is that the holes are a little bigger than they should be. And that's fine, but you just want to make sure that your docks are pushed down or pushed up. You choose whichever one you want. How hard is this build compared to the Mark III? Seems pretty complicated. I don't know. The Mark III was a good build. Right? The Mark III, oh, I love the Mark III build. Amber still to this day built the best Mark III in the shop. Because the Mark III would tell you how far out of square it is. And Amber's was like less than 50 microns out. I thought that was always cool that it would tell you that. And it was under a certain amount, it would just compensate. And if it wasn't, you would have to resquare the frame. GP3 Design said Mark III build was peak. Well, that was back when like you got a printed book. And I always appreciated the printed book. I understand that it doesn't make a lot of sense in the long run, because especially if you make changes to the parts and everything, that can be a pain. But hear me out here. I actually think that's a good thing, because it forces the design to pretty much be done before you start shipping anything. You can't like play this game of like, oh, yeah, we'll update the parts eventually. And so maybe that's why the Mark III was peak. It didn't really have an opportunity to, it couldn't fail. Right? It was under steep competition. Right? Its competition was the Ender 3, which like even today, a Gen 1 Ender 3, it's not a great printer, but you can often get them for under $50. Right? And for under $50, that's a great 3D printer for the money. Oh. I understand to see if INDX would do better on quality, but I don't think that, because it's a Founders Edition, I wouldn't say that the profiles are like perfectly Prusa tuned yet. In fact, I know they're not perfectly Prusa tuned yet. And so that is my hesitation with that. Hey, William says you couldn't pay me to use an Ender. I know your name, I just don't want to use it. I don't want to use people's real names. A is the first letter of their name. But, like, I get it. If you used a modern printer, like, dude, even a Mark IV, right? Even just the nozzle probing on a Mark IV changes the game and makes it so much easier. But I still think, like, if money is involved, the Gen 1 Ender 3 is such a tough machine to beat. And I think modern day printers, you have to include value. You don't really have a choice, right? Because if you don't include value, you're missing a reason that someone would go and buy one machine over another, right? Why would you buy a Snapmaker over an XL? Well, it's a fifth of the price. Like, love it or hate it, it's a fifth of the price, right? Give or take. And is a fifth of the price worth getting rid of 100 millimeters XYZ and one tool head? For the vast majority of users, that answer is yes. Now, when I bought my XL, you didn't have options. You had the XL. I guess you did have options. You had the XL, you had the E3D tool changer, which was never a good machine. What happened to the XL silicone head? That is something you will have to ask Prusa about. I've seen it plenty of times at shows. I've seen it running. I think the filament from Filament 2 is probably the biggest issue with it right now. And yeah, my U1 is just rocking out. It is doing a phenomenal job. An absolutely phenomenal job. Very happy with that U1. I saw my buddy Frank over at Frankly Built. He's having problems with his U1. So I want to kind of try what he's doing and see if I can figure it out. Because like I like to solve the printer problems. You guys know this. I will be honest, I spend more money on my workshop tools. Somehow I feel they keep their value better. Yes, right. I say that, and yet I'm like a Ryobi and Rigid household, right? Because like, yeah, but like I've got a really nice, small, but it's a heritage grade Craftsman vise. I've got a nice quiet air compressor. Got a 1970s era DeWalt miter box that used to be my main kind of everything chop saw. Now it is just my aluminum saw, or aluminium saw, if you will. All right, these are all on. And that thing still cuts like a hot damn. Its auto brake pretty much never works anymore, but that's okay. Some of the nozzle parking strips got bent a little bit. Here, we'll show you guys what that looks like. So that's what they look like now. Some of them bent a little bit, so I'll just try to, bend them back. It's kind of hard to tell what straight is. I'm glad I'm just providing you guys with a multitude of things. All right. We're going to set this to the side for right now. Prusa approved stream. DevMiner, you missed me using super glue and baking soda to fix the machine earlier. The part that everybody fears, I had 3 of them fail. Bro, this is a full-time job. Yeah, I wish I got paid like it was. But we don't, and that's why you should leave a like and get subscribed. Please. All right. I was wondering what the singular friggin' washer was for. One of these tool bags came with a singular freaking washer. Don't you slide off the table. It came a whole bag for 1 washer. A whole bag for 1 washer. I was outside hanging with my friends developing art. You don't have friends. That's mean. Anna's really nice. If you meet Anna in person, Anna is awesome. All right, let's switch to the main overhead. We need to get the key in place. What? How? Am I stupid? I think I might be stupid. Oh, Grant, you dumbass. Oh my God. I was putting it in from the wrong side. Like a big stupid dummy. Like a big stupid dummy. So, this is another cool lesson I could teach you guys. It's another cool lesson. Gather around, boys and girls. We're going to learn about washers. You ever notice on a washer how there's a round side and a sharp side? Yeah. Where you're putting a washer against a moving surface, put the round side down on that moving surface, and that will make it a lot easier to work with. So there you go. And yes, my hands are filthy from that silicone. Don't ask questions. Don't feed us sound bites like that. Whatever, man. Have fun. I don't care. Jonathan, take over. What? My brother doesn't live here. Yeah, I had it backwards. That's fine. Okay. I assume since it needs to be, yeah, even if you go real tight, I don't think it's gonna, yeah, even if you go real tight, it's not gonna latch down too tight. You'll be fine. Okay. And now we need to do the install into the dingus. Okay. Needs to get installed into here. Top always says top, goes into there. And we'll use more of the M3x8s. A magnet in this would be great, so it just kind of sticks. I understand that there is a cost involved with the magnet, but again, this is another one of those things like you need 3 hands to do it correctly, and you need like 5 hands if you want to stream it. Oh, it's so complicated. I'm sorry. I'm like trying to show you guys at the same time, but I'm also just trying to get it to work. Okay. All right, now I can just screw it in. Oh, God. That's fine. I can just screw it in like this. As an aside, think Prusa will ever update the Mark 52 on the Mark 4. Wait, did that strip out? Oh my God, it stripped out. Ugh. Why? It's PCCF. It shouldn't strip out. How bad? Yeah. That one stripped. That's fine. It's not that loose. It'll be fine. It's just a little thing for knocking the cover open. But that is annoying. Yeah, I don't think Prusa is going to be updating the beds on the... I don't think they're going to be upgrading the Mark 52 beds anytime soon, because that involves mains voltages stuff, and that is often like well beyond the average user. All right, we're getting to the top cover part, and I'm debating if this is probably a good place to call it. These are not self-tapping screws, but it was PCCF. Yeah, we're getting to the top hat part. Do I want to call it here, or do I want to keep going? Well, let's go until we can't go. We're going to keep going until we can't go anymore. We're going to send it. All right? Just going to send it. Amber's heading my way. She's going to take me to get some food. Yay. And why Prusa? So I asked this question earlier. I said, why are we just putting plastic into plastic? It seems kind of dumb. And the answer actually makes a lot of sense. It is Prusa's design ethos of that everything should be user replaceable and user serviceable. If you require users to put heat sets in, now you have to have an extra tool that either the machine has to come with or the person has to buy. If this is for a first-time user, I can totally understand not having the right tools. And so this isn't a perfect option. And there are already lots of models out there of these parts revised to use heat sets. That's the great thing about the OCL that they use and all that kind of stuff. It makes life easier. It does make life easier on Prusa too, right? It's less work on their part. So like, yeah, I get that side of this as well. However, I don't know. I'm 6 of one, half dozen the other. I do wish that these front plates were better. But yeah. What did Shane say? 1 a.m. me votes for calling. Oh, all right. Shane, well, it's 1 a.m. for Shane. I mean, we have been going for almost 7 hours. Yeah. Fine, I'll listen to Shane. What happened to inserting your nuts in the slots? It's just part of life, man. It's just part of life. Yeah, I should probably call it. That'll give me some time to go film Print Fix Friday. Get that out of the way so it's not something I have to worry about filming tomorrow before the stream. So I guess I'll see you guys back here tomorrow. Same time, same place. We're going to start at noon. Maybe I'll start a little earlier, but I think I'm just going to start at noon again. I think it makes sense. Check the continuity of your tool. I'm just saying more for you. Long stream sessions can drain your mentally and physically and can cause you to make mistakes. Well, I just do that normally. Plus Amber's home. No, she's not. She's like 45 minutes away. But yeah, I'm going to print out the replacement pieces. I'm going to do them in... So I only have black PCCF. I kind of want to do them in PCCF. But I think I'm just going to do orange PETG. I have it. I know it works. And I think that will look much sexier on the front of this machine. We're going to make it much beefier. And if I remember, someone needs to remind me, I will upload 2 printables. I don't think it's going to happen tonight, but I'll do it at some point. Someone needs to remind me, though. Upload the 3MFs that we would use to print those if we were going to reprint those. That way you guys have some opportunity there to do it yourself. Same bad time, same bad channel. That's right. Z something says my vote is PCCF. Yeah, I might do PCCF as well. I gotta see. I can probably just do it on the HT90. Yeah, HT90 should work. I gotta change out the nozzle. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll do PCCF on the HT90, and we will do orange PETG on something else. Maybe we'll do 4 and 4 for a little bit of fun. Yeah. What I'll do is I will do the PCCF with heat sets, and we'll do the heat sets together tomorrow. And the orange, I will do normally with the Prusa part, but I will do it way stronger because I think it needs to be. Yeah. Alrighty. Why not both? I don't have orange PCCF, so if I did, that's what I would do, but I don't think I have any. But all right, guys, I'm going to head out. I'm going to go sit down and realize that I'm in way more pain than I think I actually am. But that is all we have for you all today. Stay safe out there. Don't forget to call your loved ones. Don't forget to leave a like and get subscribed. And as always, keep making awesome. Have a good one.